everyone. We're just going to get started in a few minutes. People a chance to roll back from lunch. Hi, Brian.
Hey, James.
How are you doing?
Great, man. How are you?
Good. Good.
You are doing a great job. I've enjoyed, I haven't caught every single session, but I've enjoyed a lot of them. And just making them accessible. I know it's, yeah, it takes some doing. So it's amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a great team. So it's been nice. And same, I think something that was nice is also the way we set up the panels is sort of like each person on the team was kind of responsible for setting up one section. So there's been some surprises for me too. Like I knew the list of who was coming, but it wasn't really until I was sitting there that I was like, oh, wow. It's all agriculture. So I don't know as much about it. So. Oh, also you should have just like I said, we can still wait a few minutes, but you should have the ability to share your slides. So I'm just gonna kind of like give a very brief introduction and then.
Okay. While there's not that many folks on, I'm just gonna make sure I can put up my intro slide and go to full screen and still see my notes. And if not, then I'll anyways, I don't do this that much.
Yeah, so. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. No notes, but I know the material well. Hopefully I don't ramble. The notes are mainly to keep me from rambling.
Understand. I'll get stuck on a slide. I'll be like, wait. This thing's really cool.
Yeah.
we have a little bit of traffic coming by, so just let me know if it's just too noisy. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and just get us started. Give me 1 second. Okay, so hi everyone, welcome back from lunch and to the second half of our virtual programming for the MIT Water Summit. So far we've heard from a very amazing group of speakers. I hope you guys have all been learning something interesting, both today and yesterday. And so we're looking forward to keeping up that momentum into the afternoon. Starting us off, Brian Davis has joined us from UVA. Thanks for coming. Brian Davis is an associate professor in landscape architecture at the University of Virginia, a member of the Dredge Research Collaborative and a fellow of the American Academy in Rome. His research and practice develops forms of civic space and ecological resilience through innovative coastal infrastructure in the Great Lakes and Chesapeake Bay regions. He focuses on sediment as the fundamental material of coastal cultural landscapes that perform infrastructural services and enhance habitat. At UVA, he teaches design studios as well as classes on construction technology and landscape theory. I'm going to pass it over. Thank you, Brian.
All right. Thanks so much, James. It's a pleasure to be here with y'all. And I've been enjoying a lot of the talks for the last couple of days. And I'm going to present a few ideas and in the context of some work that I've been doing with some collaborators. And hopefully it'll be a way of kind of contributing to the conversation and touching on some of the themes that others have been introducing or developing over the last couple of days. All right. Let's see. So I put a little title to this that is relevant for my work, More Common Ground, and hopefully you'll see why that is. James gave a nice introduction to what I do, and I just wanted to say that I'm going to be doing or talking about some work that is not only mine, it's been developed with two key collaborators, both trained as landscape architects, Tess Ruswick and Sean Burkholder. And the work today we've been doing as part of the Healthy Port Futures project, which is working in the Great Lakes and funded by the Great Lakes Protection Fund over the last 5 years. And a lot of that work actually comes out of something we did, kind of like this water summit, several years ago, back in 2016, called Dredge Fest Great Lakes. And it was part of this series of events through the Dredge Research Collaborative. And that, it's worth noting that, give those folks credit, but also having that sort of community, not unlike what you are building here or have built here, has been really critical in the development of these ideas. Okay, so this is the Healthy Port Futures project. It's been active since 2017, funded by the Great Lakes Protection Fund, like I mentioned, and working with federal, state, local stakeholders and collaborators. And the goal is to work with natural systems, especially wind waves especially, and currents to produce desirable effects with sediment in communities in the Great Lakes. So we're gonna go to two places today in this next 15 minutes or so, hopefully. I'm gonna keep myself on time, hopefully. This is the first one. So let's get down, we'll be talking about mud and rocks and water. First in Port Bay, New York, which is in Lake Ontario, or on Lake Ontario. And it's in the drumlin field of Lake Ontario. So these sedimentary deposits left behind in the last glaciation, sort of butting up right next to the Great Lakes shoreline. This region is defined by a series of drumlins that are eroding into the lake, and the embayments or the bays in between the drumlins. The erosion of the drumlins through littoral drift or sediment transport produces a series of barrier bars, not unlike the bars along the east coast of the east and Gulf Coast of the United States, the barrier islands. And in this case, they protect the bays, and those bays become like really desirable for a whole host of animals, including human beings, and the plants that they rely on. So, over the last 70 or 80 years, in a lot of these communities, recreational boating has been a really important part of the culture, and it sort of derives from subsistence, the relationship people have had in this area for thousands of years in terms of subsistence fishing. And also it's not just a kind of economic undertaking, but an aesthetic one. It's about, pleasure and experience itself. And I guess that's one thing that I wanted to kind of emphasize or introduce today, that while dealing with water and working in it and with it is, I think is really important, and it is a problem-solving exercise. It's also much more than that, in my view. It's a cultural undertaking, necessitated in large part by the fact that we love being in these places, like many animals and plants. Like these edges between water and land are really attractive to a lot of humans. What that's meant here in Port Bay is that they've dredged a little inlet, kind of natural inlet that would always let the floodwaters out. They dredged it and frozen it with a little jetty to be able to get their boats out. And then they have to dredge it every year, at least once a year. What that's done is it's interrupted the longshore transport of sediment. And so the west bar, the one to the left, is growing, where they dump the sediment every year. And to the right, it's shrinking and starting to breach pretty frequently. So we worked with the contractor, actually, that has been maintaining this bar through a small contract, a maintenance contract. And that was one of the other sort of basic premises that I wanted to offer up today, that somehow, when possible, working with the ongoing engagements that we have with these landscapes, often thought of in terms of maintenance, might be the most effective way to get around some of the wicked problems that are brought about by the nature of capital projects, where you inherently spend a lot of money up front and you need to solve the problem. A kind of maintenance approach allows for a much more adaptive, sensitive, and small scale understanding, even though maintenance is not, maybe it needs a rebranding or something. So this, hopefully, while I was rambling, you were able to sort of read the diagram here. The basic premise was to take the sediment from the channel, move it to a new location in a specific form, and that location would be in the water and outside of the jetty of the main waves, thereby allowing the waves to do some desirable work for us, especially moving the water to the east and nourishing the breached zone of the barrier bar. This notion came about, I'm presenting it really quickly, but it came about through a long series of discussions with regulators, what was desirable and even possible from a regulatory standpoint. Also from the contractor, what would be kind of efficient, what could we do within the bounds of the existing maintenance contract? So they didn't have to be out there for days and days creating some kind of fancy earth form that landscape architects are predisposed to specifying for a site. And could we be reasonably sure that it would produce the desirable effects? That was obviously really important to the community that lives here in the Bay, or behind the barrier bar. So this is what was made. It's not a very, it's a kind of surprising thing. Maybe it's a very simple wedge, and in some ways it kind of approximates a drumlin, and it was meant to act as a super tiny one, in fact, to erode very quickly as the waves hit it and transport sediment to the east. So this is 1 week later after the storm. The drumlin's completely gone. The thing that I want to propose when I'm saying aesthetics and form, I've mentioned these ideas a little bit. This is what I'm talking about here, not a kind of stylized version or a fancy looking thing, but the idea that the form is still here. It has just deformed or sort of remade itself further down the coast, and that was desired and is fundamental. It's also very basic in appearance. That is, it hasn't changed the nature of this coast. It still looks like the thing that attracts us here in the first place, which is this sort of beautiful beach that allows you to perch on the edge of this limitless horizon. So here you can see where the sediment was transported to. This is the site of the former breach. This is a few months later. So it was about 700 cubic yards of sediment. Of course, as many of y'all in the room will know, or online will know, that it's a little hard to know exactly which sediment went where. It's a very complex process, but there's a strong correlation between the amount that we placed and the amount that ended up here, and also the quality and size of the sediment. So we've done some data, just like we had to do some computational modeling to be reasonably certain we weren't going to re-infill the channel, for instance. We've also been doing a lot of working with partners to do remote sensing, just using drones, photogrammetry analysis to understand how the shoreline changed. What you're looking at here are a couple of time snaps. It's the same landscape on the top and the bottom, and we just highlighted in black sort of what has eroded, and in white what has accreted, so where the stuff went largely. I'm going to show you I promise not to show too many bar charts, although maybe, I don't know, that MIT folks, you guys would prefer mostly this, but this is a 2-bar chart tracking the sediment movement and morphology change along this bar. They're scaled the same. Important thing to note here is that they are at 2 different time scales, radically different time scales. And the kind of takeaway from this graph is that the erosion happened very quickly, and the accretion has largely stayed in place. I mean, of course, some sediment transport is still happening, but once that form deformed into the beach in the breach zone, it stayed in place for the rest of the season for the most part. This sort of modulating of the natural speeds of things is a kind of good basic definition, in my view, of landscape practice, and is one of the ways to interpret this graph. Okay, now that was not, maybe that was one example. I'm going to jump to another project quickly. So now we're going to go to Illinois, and just kind of up toward the border with Wisconsin on the edge of Lake Michigan. There, it's about an hour north of Chicago. There's a really amazing park. Well, here we are. Here's the context. And the lower orange line, that's where we're focused. This is a landscape type called a beach ridge plain, and it's a kind of also a residue of the last glaciation, and it's found in coastal landscapes across the Great Lakes region. So sorry, now we're reorienting for a moment just to get it on the page. And so north is to the left here. And the place that we're going to be spending time and for the next few minutes is here, Illinois Beach State Park. It's just south of Kenosha, Wisconsin, recently, in the last couple of years, infamous for the James Blake shooting. Okay, so Illinois Beach State Park, it's an amazing landscape. It's also one suffering from rapid erosion during the most recent high water period in the Great Lakes, which probably has just ended. Technically, I think it ended in 2020. So here's the photo actually of the sort of title page. What's happening is the beach itself is eroding quickly, and like you would expect in a lot of sand beaches, some of that sand is being pulled offshore and moved downshore relatively quickly. A lot of other sand is being thrown up over the dune system. And in this case, because it's a beach ridge plain, what that means is you have a series of dunes and swales. A lot of this is oak savanna, but the swales, especially near the coast, are a really special freshwater wetland type called a panay. And those are being infilled with the sand that's being thrown up over the dune system. And so this is something that's considered a great loss, both by the regulatory community, the ecological community, the local special interest groups like birders, and the people that use this humble little park here, Hosa Park. Here's another example of that. In some ways, this is a natural process to elevated water levels that we'll probably be seeing a lot of in coming years, or we see after every major storm. It's a way of beaches sort of migrating, adapting to new climatic conditions. But it does, in this case, it's something that humans don't desire because it's destroying the park infrastructure and the ecosystems that are in place that are valued. I should note that this isn't a case. This landscape's not a case of humans sort of constraining it, and a lot of adaptation has already happened here. The place that these people are looking out at, just offshore, 30-40 feet offshore, in the 1970s would have had small working class housing in a road here, and all of that has actually eroded into the water, and the foundations are left. One of the things that I think is that draws so much defense to this landscape and landscapes like it is that there's something about these places that is non-figural. There's no sort of things to fixate on, that in fact, they allow us to focus on what is very small, the individual like sand grains and pebbles and things. Think about all the time you spent playing in the sand at the beach, and the very large. So looking out at the horizon and being sort of immediately impressed at how small we are and how connected things are, or whatever. Maybe you don't even use those concepts, but they do make an impression. And so maintaining that was important for us. And so from the very beginning, the notion of a fancier breakwater, for instance, which would change the nature of the beach and interrupt that expansive view, was out of the question. So here you can see that expanse, Lake Michigan. And the sort of endless, if you tried to draw something like this, it'd be easy to make it a boring drawing. Because what fascinates us are not the figures. It's the endless variation on these, rippling water surfaces and the sky. There are some artists that have provided a way in to understand the importance of these types of places, at least in my view. Let me jump to them. So one is Hiroshi Sugimoto, that we've sort of looked at for inspiration for how to understand and work with landscapes of this type. Another is Via Selman's. This is not a photo, this is a drawing of the water surface, just incredibly detailed. Sorry, I skipped some context there. So one of the things that attracted our team to this site was that it was very well described by scientists who had been invested in this place through the Illinois State Geologic Survey for a number of years. And so we had some understanding, or they had some understanding, could provide us some understanding of what was already going on and the changes that folks were seeing. There was also an amazing community, both from a regulatory perspective on the left, and then on the right, the sand management group, which includes some local regulators, but also community members and special interest groups, all organized around the fact that sand and its life in this place matters. It's sort of the thing that crosses all constituencies. The conversation that they were already having was incredibly sophisticated and provided a kind of context within which we could learn and eventually try to bring, some idea of a form that would address their concern. So building on their work, and through conversations with those folks, we were able to identify a site. It's just north of an old decommissioned nuclear plant, actually, which was embedded in the landscape. You can see it right here. And then on the right, we're zooming in. So we're focused right here. And we've outlined these two pennays that are going to be, what we try to protect. And what we came up with was actually some of the ideas both Dr. Hopkins, I think, and Dr. Kirshen were talking about yesterday. Alternative means of attenuating waves without sort of fundamentally changing the nature of the nearshore environment. In this case, it's a reef structure, but not just a single reef structure, in 3 or 4 rows of low ridges that both sort of mimic the ridge and swale topography of the onshore or the terrestrial landscape, and would work with the waves in a certain way by interrupting both long and short wavelength waves, at least the more powerful waves, and letting the smaller daily waves actually pass over to maintain some longshore transport. So here's a drawing, just a quick diagram showing what that would look like and the various heights. The whole thing was designed to always be below water. That's a sort of key thing to keep in your mind. It was one thing actually that's maybe interesting to point out about the Great Lakes that's not a given is that they always go up and down on about a decade time scale. And they go up and down over the course of a decade about as much as we're starting to design for in a lot of urban environments. 3 feet or so in most of the lakes. And it can be a little bit more. So the period between 2012 and 2020 was actually closer to 5 feet in most of Lake Michigan. That's much more accelerated than the sea level rise we're anticipating anytime soon on the maritime coast. But I think there's some lessons in the cultures of the Great Lakes and the cities of the Great Lakes in terms of how to design for those types of rapid sea level or water level rises that the other coasts might take. There's just a sense of the landscape. So we did some computational models to sort of test our idea and help generate alternatives to the initial sketch concept. And we're doing this in conjunction. The landscape architects are doing this, but we're doing it in conjunction with our engineering partners, in this case, an amazing interdisciplinary firm, Anchor QEA. And so they're helping us to occasionally interpret some of the results. But we're showing, a bunch of, I suppose this is well known, but especially after some of the presentations, but showing a bunch of different scenarios. And granted, these types of models and things only look at very certain narrow characteristics of the landscape, but they give us a way in to ask, they give us some idea about wave attenuation, but also give us a sense of how the near shore and the beach and the Pennays are going to be changed or affected or not. Here's just a couple of plots of the data. The reason I chose these two, on the left, you're seeing how this thing would work in the Lake Michigan low water. So about 100, I think it's 100, off the top of my head, 175 or 176 meters above NABD 88. And then on the right, high water, so about a meter higher. The purpose here, or the thing to note, also, I should just help you interpret, the open circles in each of them are non-intervention. What happens if you do nothing? And the closed circles under the same wave case, purple and purple, orange and orange. The closed circles are what happens if you put in this idea that we were developing together. What you're seeing on the right is a high water case. So less wave attenuation, which we would hope for and expect, but still significant, about 30% in most wave case situations. It was also Smith Group, another really interesting team, is putting together a large project just to the north. And so they actually modeled our project in a 2D flume and a 3D basin, which gave a bunch of rich data for our particular project. When I say ours, we had sort of done the research. It's IDNR, Illinois Department of Natural Resources, that actually got the permits, and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that implemented the project. On cue, here's the Corps putting the project in. And here's just a kind of finishing image as the project is under construction. So this is actually, was just completed a couple weeks ago, and it just survived its first major storm, which we were all, sort of breathing a sigh of relief on. Okay, I'll stop there and have a few minutes for questions. All right.
Hi, Brian. Sorry, I had to move over slightly because the sun started directly pouring into my eyes. So I'm here. So anyway, I think you should be able to see the questions if you want to take a couple of them.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so there's the first question is, can you elaborate more on this idea of a maintenance mindset? How does that fit into current design practices? Well, it's a great question. It doesn't fit very well. There are some people that help us kind of help me conceptualize this, coming from two sort of academic disciplines, science and technology studies, especially infrastructure studies within that. There's a whole group focused on maintenance and its importance and what it's meant historically and what it might mean for what we're trying to do in the future. It's a little bit antithetical to how we tend to practice as designers, where we are very invested in building new stuff, because quite frankly, that's how we get paid, according to our models and our contracts now. I think rethinking that in the next generation will be an interesting way forward, but doesn't have to be invented from whole cloth. Bureaucracies such as the US Forest Service or the Army Corps of Engineers have shown how that can work at a large federal level, being invested and involved in landscapes for a long time. But also gardening practices, both professionalized, but also maybe what you do around your house. There's, I think, lessons in those, and an amazing theorist, Julian Raxworthy, draws some of that out. In his book, Julian Raxworthy, what's the name of his book? Overgrown. It's actually through MIT Press. I do think that is actually kind of a difference in architecture and a lot of civil engineering and a landscape approach, whether you're an architect doing a landscape approach, a landscape architect, or civil engineering doing a landscape approach, because plants grow and buildings don't really grow, for instance. So those are different in the mediums, I think. Y'all could just pipe up. We're not a huge group. So if you don't pipe up, there's a couple of other questions here, but interrupt me if you have one, like a response or something. Similar.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could, because I think this is an interesting conversation. Yeah, I'm sorry about the noise. I think that it's interesting because something that's come up a lot so far is like this talk about uncertainty. And so we spend a lot of time on these like climate projection models, because obviously there's a lot of value in knowing like what's going to happen. But I also think that it's forcing us to kind of contend with the fact that the way we design is towards a static condition and often towards like a like pinpoint future. And so maybe, the incorporation of maintenance in the future could better like work with that if we, instead of having just like this like specific water level, if we know how to make a design and then adjust it yearly or adjust it based on like what the conditions actually are, then the actual specific, within an order of magnitude is not going to be as important.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dr. Kirshen sort of was making that point yesterday with his argument. He's done these amazing, years-long studies that I think, create a foundation for us to emphasize that approach. But ports also have been doing, for instance, dredge material management plans where they look out 20 years, basically like a generation, and they ask these questions on a generational timescale. I know we're a little short on time because I went over and just trying to refer to a couple of the other comments. I don't know. I think Oren Pilkey in the coastal engineering and coastal science field, he's one of the sort of lights in the firmament, as I understand. And he would say to Alex Diaz's question that we can't predict the future with regard to these complex systems. And while we might try to some degree, we shouldn't presume that any of the outputs we get from models are predictive, at least not in any quantitative way. And so doing something in a way that doesn't try to solve the problem, but maybe work with it and do so in a way that provides for a rich and healthy place for a time and leave some space and money left aside in the future so that other people can come along with new ideas that we haven't even thought of and do their own work. I think that's a cool way to approach things.
So maybe then, as we sort of wrap up, because I think this question kind of about this person's like elevating, you brought up the like more aesthetic quality of the coastline. So then how do we bring that into the conversation? Say something hard to define with numbers and figures, like you mentioned.
Well, I think that's a great question. So I just hinted at a couple of the ways that I think it happens. I think there are some artists that show a way. So Hiroshi Sugimoto and Via Selmans are two amazing artists that do kind of non-figural stuff. You know, you don't have figures and shapes in their art, and that's one tradition in art. And then you have very figural stuff is another way. And our projects are actually the landscape architecture, the civil engineering projects often tend to branch into those ways as well. And I think it's a good way we tend to default to designing figures. That's sort of what we control. Even the Illinois Beach project or the Port Bay project, we made a little figure, a little bump or 3 little lines. But the point of the project was not the figures. The point was the effect, the field condition that was created. And in fact, the figures are never perceived, except maybe for a moment, you know. The first person's question, celebrating erosion. I mean, that's fundamentally what Port Bay does. It sets it up. The first project sets up erosion, accelerates it, and does it in a way that's kind of dynamic and dramatic. And the event or the effect of the event is a stable beach that people use in very normative ways and appreciate, and it protects their homes and such. So I think the questions people are driving at are right. They're a little outside the norm, but they're not unprecedented, whether from the artistic or scientific or bureaucratic approach. I think we have the rudiments of this way forward, and we need to develop that alongside all of the cool, normal urban design practices and stuff that we're doing. And we shouldn't throw that stuff out, but maybe de-emphasize it a little.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's what today is about for sure. And yesterday, just kind of like making space for some of the things that have precedent, but they just like aren't talked about. I mean, there's so much precedent in our past. And so I like that part of the conversation too, like bringing that information to the forefront. I guess we should wrap it up. Thank you so much, Brian, for your presentation. It was very interesting. And you know, I hope you stick around for sure. I can pass things over now to Laura.
Hello, thanks again to Brian for your really insightful talk. So it's my honor now to introduce the Coastal Conflict and Governance panel, which will be moderated by Carrie Hewlett. All the panelists and moderators, you can turn on your camera now if you're able. Yeah, so Carrie, to get started with some bios, Carrie is a collaboration expert who helped found the Climate Migration Network. She works as a strategic advisor, process designer, and facilitator with groups of people trying to manage complex challenges across various kinds of boundaries. Most of Carrie's work is with groups addressing the impacts of climate change, with a particular focus on helping municipalities, agencies, nonprofits, and grassroots organizations to address the disproportionate impacts of climate change. Our panelists are Dave Herrera, Ona Ferguson, and Mario Vieros. So Dave Herrera is a member of the Skokomish Indian tribe, and he serves as the tribe's fisheries and wildlife policy representative. He also serves on the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, where he is chair of Environmental Policy Committee and the State Forest Practices Board. He has had over 30 years of experience in ecosystem restoration work. Ona Ferguson is a senior mediator at the Consensus Building Institute, where she facilitates natural resource and policy dialogues and disputes. She specializes in helping groups work through complex topics planning and running meetings on shoreline management, local land use decisions, ecosystem restoration, climate planning, Superfund cleanups, and network strategic planning. And finally, Mario Vieros is currently director of a consultancy called Coastal Policies and Humanities Research, and she's a senior policy associate at the Global Ocean Forum. She's worked on issues related to global ocean policy and ecology for over 20 years. And her global experience includes working for the UN organizations, universities, and NGOs in the Caribbean, Central America, and Pacific and North America. So I'll hand it off now to Carrie to get us started.
Great. Thanks, Laura. Really appreciate it. We are really glad to be here today, and I'm especially happy to be able to tee up these speakers and also our topic. So I want to just start by saying that shorelines are physical boundaries. We all know that, places where water and land meet and where the ecosystems of various habitats intersect. So coasts and riverine shorelines are also the physical place where land and water economies connect and collide. And so it's really no surprise that conflict arises in the physical space where these distinct ecosystems and economic systems bump into each other. So today our panel will be sharing stories about a few specific kinds of conflicts that happen at these lines between land and water, conflicts over dams, fishing rights, barrier island development, and migration and the rights of nature. But while these conflicts have clear physical components, they are animated by conflicts around values, by who and what is considered to have the rights and privileges to exist and thrive at these boundaries, and for how long. As they speak, I want to encourage you to pay attention to both the complexity of managing the tangible physical conflicts and the values that are driving the perspectives held by the various stakeholders that appear in the stories that they will tell. As Laura already said, we have 3 panelists. Each one has prepared 8 to 10 minutes of remarks to orient you to their specific topic. We will hear all 3 presentations in a row and then take questions. But please feel free to use the Q&A feature to log your questions as they come to you. Laura and I will be watching the Q&A so we can organize those questions for the panelists. And I believe that if you are watching, you can't see the questions from others, but I hope you can. And if not, we will make sure that we repeat the questions for you. So we'll hear first from Dave Herrera. And as Laura already said, he's the Fisheries and Wildlife Policy Representative for the Skokomish Indian tribe. And he will talk about tribal treaty rights and share the work he's been doing in Western Washington State. He and other tribes are doing to protect and restore treaty resources, including working with the governor of the state of Washington to develop a riparian standard in the state to protect the tribe's treaty rights. And then after Dave, we'll hear from Ona Ferguson, Ona being a senior mediator with the Consensus Building Institute. So Ona serves as a third-party facilitator in the projects that she will describe. Her job is to oversee the process and to guide the parties through their decision-making. And she will be sharing thoughts from a few specific projects, including one regarding a dam in Natick, Massachusetts, whether or not it should be repaired or removed, and another about gathering data related to land use on a barrier island, also in Massachusetts. And then finally, we will hear from Mario Vieros. Mario is the Director of Coastal Policy and Humanities Research and a research fellow at the Global Ocean Forum. And she works on global ocean governance issues, including with United Nations processes. And so she's going to share the work that she's been doing on a range of topics, including the blue economy, cultural connectivity in the ocean, traditional knowledge, and the rights of nature as it relates to oceans. So I'm going to pass it over to Dave to kick us off here. Thanks so much, Dave.
Thanks, Carrie. So I wanted to touch on 3 areas this morning, this afternoon. I want to talk a little bit about treaty rights, tribal treaty rights. I want to talk about what's happened since our treaties were signed, and then close up with what we're doing to restore treaty resources. So, why am I here? I thought about it. I saw the program here for the conference, and I thought it would provide an opportunity for me to maybe educate people here about what we're doing in the Northwest. And when I look at all of the expertise that panelists that are presenting have, I thought maybe there might be an interest from folks out there to try to get involved here in the Northwest and help us address some of our issues. So to that extent, folks can feel free to reach out to me if they want further information or have questions. I wanted to start out by describing, who we are. We're the Treaty Tribes of Western Washington, and there's 20 of us that are members of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission. We're located in Washington State, west of the Cascade Mountain Range over to the Pacific Ocean, and then north to the Canadian border. And we work to protect tribal treaty rights. So, what is a treaty? A treaty is a legally binding agreement between two or more sovereign nations. The president can enter into treaties with the advice and consent of Congress. And then all treaties must be ratified by the Senate, and then they become statutes. Why are we in treaties here in the Northwest? At the time of the settlement here, the US recognized the tribes as the sovereign nations and rightful owners of all the land and resources here. And they wanted to be able to peacefully settle the area. So they decided to do that by negotiating treaties with tribes. And unlike other wartime treaties, these are different. We were on an equal footing. Our ancestors were on an equal footing with the US government at the time. And so, what was in the treaties, the US wanted clear title to the land. And our ancestors, they could see what was going on around them, that their lives were being changed and forever by this continuing migration of people. So they really wanted just to be able to maintain the way of life that they always had. And that would need to be done by reserving their rights to hunt, to fish, to gather, to do those things they had always done. So the US got land, we reserved rights. There were a few other things in the treaties, but I did want to read from the treaty. It says, the right of taking fish at all usual and accustomed grounds and stations is further secured to said Indians in common with all citizens of the territory. And just one point about those fishing, hunting, and gathering rights, they're reserved rights. They weren't granted to our ancestors. They were rights we always had, and we were reserving those rights. And also, you hear people say, well,
Dave, you just went on mute.
so you hear people sometimes say, well, that was a long time ago and that's old, and why do we have to follow that? But let me read from the Constitution, section 6 or Article 6, section 2 says, the Constitution of the United States and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding, really meaning the state legislatures can't override our treaties. State courts can't issue opinions that override our treaties. So they have the force of law. So since our treaties were developed in, peaceful settlement and development has occurred, what's really happened to us in our resources, over exploitation of habitat, logging, for instance, conversion of floodplain habitat, agriculture, blocking dams for hydropower, over harvest of treaty resources when canning was developed that created a huge commercial fishing industry that in some places wiped out our treaty resources. Conversions of critical habitat just for development purposes, infrastructure, all of those things have led to the erosion of our rights and resources. And even the state of Washington banned treaty fishing around the turn of the last century. So we fast forward to today now, and we're fighting just to be able to have any fishing opportunity because so many of the stocks have been placed in peril and listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. So our conflict, my conflict that I deal with, arises from the fact that we know, tribes know what needs to be done to protect and restore our resources. But that means changing the status quo. That means getting rid of the framework of land use regulations that have been developed in the last 20 or 30 years. And even before there were regulations, it was just wide open development without any kind of regulation. And so it means changing that. It means changing how we done development of our lands over the last 150 years. So, that's a huge challenge. And what we've been doing is, to that end, that the tribes have been the voice for the resource itself. We're the voice for the salmon. Our ancestors believed that we were part of the natural world, just like everything else. The salmon are salmon people, just like we're people. They're our relatives. So we bring what we're doing in the forums we participate in. We try to bring things back to the resource itself. And as sovereign nations here, we've been engaged with state agencies to, develop protection and restoration plans. We work with the governor's office right now, working to implement a statewide riparian standard that would, protect those riparian corridors. But that means doing things like establishing laws that require not converting riparian areas that exist, that require restoring riparian corridors where we can, but we don't have them, like on agricultural lands. So those are the conflicts that we're challenged with. And, I think I will stop there and entertain questions when we come to that. But again, I'm happy to speak with anybody else about these issues if you want to reach out and contact me. So thanks for that opportunity, Carrie.
Yeah, Dave, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. Ona, passing it to you.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. Really happy to be here. Again, I work on the people and the process side, and really believe how you engage people makes a difference in what happens for the land, for the water, on the outcomes piece. So I wanted to share some fundamental principles or collective wisdom for designing processes and engaging stakeholders along the coast, hopefully contributing puzzle pieces to what Dave is talking about about starting to try to do things different and better as we continue together moving forward. And I have 3 things I'd like to share. The first, oh, now there's slides. The first is assuming that there are many valid and differing interests and that we should come together and learn from each other. There is in the coast no single understanding of the value of a place or a body of water or a coastline. And so we need to bring people to the table to listen to and learn from each other. And one example of a project that I've worked on is in Natick, 20 miles upstream from MIT on the Charles River. We are facilitating a committee of stakeholders who need to decide what will happen to a dam on the Charles River. And it either needs to be repaired, in which case 60 mature trees need to get cut down, or the spillway needs to be removed and the river allowed to be restored. And it's a very contentious and difficult decision, which is why the town asked a stakeholder group to come together and make a recommendation. And for that group, we have neighbors up and downstream of the dam. We have the Historic Commission people. We have town staff who work on wetlands, town engineering department, and tribal representatives from several branches of the Natick Nipmuc people. And our meetings are going topic by topic to try to help people listen and learn from each other. So far we've heard from an engineering firm about engineering and safety questions. We've heard from fish ecologists about river habitats and what dams do to the water and the fish. And we heard most recently from our tribal representatives about community use and past history and current history in their community. And then we will be talking about community use and recreation from everybody on the committee in coming weeks. So we're really trying to kind of layer and knit together all of this so that the stakeholder group can make a good recommendation. Another example of bringing multiple voices together to share different perspectives comes from the Nature-Based Education Consortium in Maine, who I've just worked with tangentially, who advocate for all youth to get to go outside in their education. And in this case, it's a big statewide working group with multiple subgroups that are doing work, and each of them is co-led by one or more youth. So people under 25 leading these working groups, because if they are the target audience and recipients of this work that's being done, they need to be helping to design it. So that's number 1, assuming lots of interests and coming together and bringing them together to hear from each other and learn from each other. Number 2, get close. If you're doing coastal management, get as close as you can. Go to the places that are under discussion. And I know virtual gatherings are great. I get it, like lots of accessibility benefits in some ways there. But I want to talk about the opposite of that in a way. And I think really to make decisions real and not hypothetical, when you can, it makes sense to go to a place. And just a couple of examples, I've interviewed lobstermen in Maine about their interests in their trucks, like doing lobster deliveries, right? Then you're sitting beside someone hearing their stories. We ran a process in Kingston, New York, a flooding task force, where one of our meetings was held in a church community room, which still had stains on the wall from flooding, from when the Hudson River had flooded. And we're talking about sea level rise and flooding. Another meeting was held in a restaurant where that whole building had been designed so it could be flooded. You could lift up all the chairs and tables and silverware and all the pieces within 2 hours, and then they could be back in business 48 hours after floodwaters came through and left. So go to the place if you can to make it really real. And the third sort of principle I offer today just into this conversation is that data should support the values-based decision-making that Carrie was talking about. We are making decisions on the coast about what we value most, what we're going to invest in. That's not a data answer, right? Data has to be a piece of that. So we find that technical information should really support community decision-making. And in Plum Island, Barrier Island, 30 miles north of MIT, if we're using MIT as our reference today. Plum Island is owned by two municipalities, Newbury and Newburyport. And they did their municipal vulnerability preparedness planning, naming concerns they have for the future when the island is going to be more and more inundated. And one of those things was, what are the fiscal implications for a community of providing services to a barrier island where there are many buildings, many homes, lots of people want access? And how is that going to change over time? And so under the guidance of a multi-stakeholder advisory committee, we worked with two consulting firms, Horsley Witten to translate climate data, right, make it real for this place over time, and Camoin 360 to calculate the likely fiscal impacts. And in the end, we're providing answers to one of many questions, right? Here are some answers to some of your questions. We hand them back to the community so they can incorporate that information into their decision making. But I'm looking forward to hearing from Mario and hearing and taking questions with all of you.
Thanks, Sona. I'm just going to remind everyone, if you do have questions, you can drop them into the Q&A now, and then we'll field them later. Mario, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And there should be a presentation. There we go. And I'm going to follow from the excellent talks by Dave and Ona and shift gears a little bit by going into the global context. But a lot of the issues that they referred to play out in the global arena as well. And at the same time, a lot of these global decisions remain to be implemented on the national level or the local level, and in that local context with all its complications. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start by talking about this concept of the blue economy, which is increasingly becoming a tool and a strategy for many countries to implement their international commitments, particularly in terms of sustainable development goals. And this is true for both developing and developed countries around the world. And there's been a lot written about the blue economy, and both by the United Nations. You can see some of the UN publications here. Those are quite recent, but also in the academic literature. And one of the problems that we have is that we don't really have a good definition for what it means in practice. And it often is up to the national and the local level to implement it in however they see fit within their priorities. What it's supposed to do is promote the triple bottom line that we would all like to see by bringing economic and environmental benefits and sustainability, as well as social equity. But in practice, what you often see is that the economic considerations tend to dominate the discourse. There's also agreement that it should go beyond business as usual and produce real change. But again, how this happens is up to the local level. What many fear, however, is that the blue economy discourse and the focus on it will lead to intensification of some activities in coastal and ocean areas, which then will lead to more conflicts between economic and natural values and an unequal distribution of benefits. Next slide, please. So the ocean space is becoming more crowded by these intensifying uses, and it often remains to be solved through marine spatial planning approaches or similar approaches, depending on the country. And these approaches are meant to bring together stakeholders to allocate space for all activities and to try to resolve conflicts between those activities. And this also includes new activities like activities that are related to climate mitigations. And there's also new uses and activities that we might not even foresee at this moment. But the problem again is that not all voices are equally powerful in these kinds of processes. and may not be sufficiently heard or even included in some cases. And it is often the well-funded ocean sectors and industries that dominate the discussion. So in marine spatial planning, as the Baltic Plan here indicates, there should be space left also for biodiversity, for natural areas. And the question then becomes, who will speak for nature in marine spatial planning? And who ensures that all the voices of stakeholders, including the most marginalized, are heard in these processes? Next slide, please. So this is some work we did a couple of years ago on mapping how oceans are culturally interconnected spaces. And the thing that is often forgotten in these planning processes is that the ocean is not only a space for economic activity, but it is also an ecologically and culturally connected space. The map here displays migration paths of culturally important migratory species that cross jurisdictions and migrate from one country to another while crossing international waters in the process. So you can see the legal complications and the policy complications that happen in this process. The species that we've shown here are things like turtles, albatrosses, fur seals. We also had a different map for salmon. And these are species that are important for indigenous peoples and coastal communities in many different places, and that also hold quite a lot of traditional knowledge and cultural importance for people. Some of these species, like salmon, migrate hundreds, perhaps thousands of kilometers up rivers, showing just how well coasts and international waters are connected. So as we already heard from Dave, it is important that communities to whom these species are vitally important are also part of the management decisions that are made. In fact, where they have the ability to do so, they should really hold a leadership position. Next slide, please. There's also many lessons that we can learn from traditional management systems all around the world on how ecosystems, species, and humans are interconnected. On the left here is a picture of the Hawaiian ahupua'a, which is a type of management unit, if you can say that, that runs through the entire watershed from the mountaintop to the sea, and where humans have the responsibility to act as stewards of this environment. The picture on the right is very similar if you look at it, and it illustrates a system from Japan called sataumi, which is still today practiced as part of government policy. And both of these are examples of what today we would call an ecosystem approach. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide and last point here. It's bringing up a new concept that is giving voice to nature and those who are most dependent on nature. And this is the rights of nature concept. And it's proposed as one solution that has been, in fact, already applied by countries around the world to give nature rights. Say a river like the river from New Zealand on the left over here is given legal rights to exist and thrive. And guardians of the local communities or indigenous peoples, possibly together with government, are appointed to act as guardians and to speak for the river or nature in various processes. As I mentioned, the picture on the left is the Wanganui River in New Zealand, where it falls on a guardian appointed by the local Maori, along with the guardian appointed by the government to speak to the rights of the river. And I think it would be quite interesting to see how one might apply this kind of approach in a coastal or marine area. And where, for example, you could have an appointed guardian who could speak for the ocean or natural values in a marine spatial planning process. The picture on the right is a proposal to consider this approach for the Pacific Ocean, though I believe that this proposal has really not gone beyond the statement of collective thinking statement that you can see in the picture on the right here. This illustrates that these approaches are not necessarily easy to implement and need to be well thought out and funded. But the important thing is to give the responsibility for speaking for nature, whether it's a river or an ocean area, those who are most connected to it and who most depend on it. And it's an interesting proposal to contemplate. But I think in the end, it is important that we don't pursue one-size-fits-all solutions at the expense of local innovation, and that we learn from local practitioners and from local solutions, as we've heard from the previous speakers. There are diverse solutions to coastal problems, and these are often context-specific. And these are really the only ones that will make sense locally. And I'll just end it here and move on to the questions. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks to all three of you. Thank you, Mario, for giving that perspective. We've jumped a lot of scales here already in our conversation. And I think there's something really interesting to dig into there. So there is one question in the Q&A, but I haven't had a chance to read it yet. So I'm going to lob one question myself and then change over, because I think it's really interesting that Dave mentioned at the beginning that the tribes are the voices for nature. He said specifically, we speak on behalf of these natural resources. And then Mario, you were talking quite a bit there at the end around finding various ways to have voice, to give voice to nature. And I was wondering, Dave, could you say a little bit more about ways in which you try to be that voice for nature? And Mario, I wonder if you could just add a few more examples. You gave that really nice example of, I think, what you were calling the proposal for a coastal guardian, someone whose actual job is to speak for the coast. And so Dave, if you could just say a little bit more about what that's like for how you all think about being the voice for nature. And then Mario, I'd love to hear if you could just add on different sort of concepts around giving voice to nature.
Sure. We have what's been referred to as traditional knowledge. And, I view that as our ancestors, again, believe that we're part of the natural world, just like everything else that lives in it. But that knowledge comes from learning how that world works for everything else that lives in it. So we say, we know what we need to do to protect and restore our treaty resources, right now. And so we can tell you what that is. The trick is converting that knowledge into action that we can get people to take. So, just like, I said, the salmon are our relatives, the orcas are, for that matter, the rocks, the earth, the trees, we're all related. And again, we're all just part of that world is what we've believed. So we can represent, we can speak for those.
Thanks, Dave. Mario, what would you add?
Actually, I would very much support what Dave just said, because I think this is very important, and it's something that's being now realized more and more at the international stage as well, how much traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples and local communities as well can contribute to these ocean and coastal governance processes. And it's interesting how like processes where you'd never actually expect to see that happen, like a treaty that is now being negotiated for marine areas beyond national jurisdiction. So the international waters far from shore actually have the treaty text has now acquired language about traditional knowledge and its importance. And this is very much thanks to the Pacific Islanders, who had this long tradition of voyaging across the ocean, and the associated traditional knowledge that goes with it, but also traditional knowledge that relates to migratory species, perhaps, for example, or how the ocean is perceived and stewarded, and that sort of need for stewardship, if that's the right word. And I think that's sort of more and more being seen as something that could really help us in how we govern ocean spaces and coastal spaces. And interestingly, I saw a similar proposal for the bringing Maori knowledge into the Antarctic Treaty, for example, because we are now starting to understand that the Maori actually voyaged into Antarctica back in history, but also relatively recently, and have specific knowledge about that area, but also have an understanding about the human relationship with nature, which is something that I think we need to refigure and better understand where our position actually is in respect to nature, and sort of try to redevelop that relationship so that both nature and humans can thrive in a healthy way.
Thanks. I just want to reflect on as this is about conflict and coasts, just want to reflect on the challenge of bringing together different spheres of knowledge. So when it comes to governing these resources, there's traditional knowledge, there's, I guess what I'll just lump together as non-traditional knowledge, right? And when they coincide and say, this is how a resource should be managed, then I imagine it's still not easy to make it happen, because there will be lots of interests fighting against that, but at least there's alignment. When there's not alignment between, say, for example, a non-traditional scientific community and a traditional community, that must be extremely challenging to try to find the way forward when these different ways of knowledge come into contact with each other. I don't know if any of the three of you want to comment on that at all, sort of when you do find some conflict between different ways of knowing around protecting these resources.
Sorry, Ona, do you want to go ahead?
I'm just thinking about the problem solving kind of at the table issue with this, and just want to name that somehow in this conversation, I feel like you've helped me think about like even broader, like often in multi-stakeholder groups, we bring environmental organizations to represent species. Like we don't say it so directly, but it's like we're working on piping plover and managing land. We're going to bring in NRDC or like another organization to have voice for that species. And I think there's a real opportunity you all are pointing toward to expand who's speaking and also what they are speaking for, and name it a little bit more specifically, not just say we need an environmental perspective, we need an indigenous perspective, like really connect those dots more. Mario, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to reflect on the traditional knowledge and its integration with scientific knowledge, I suppose. And I think Dave is probably more qualified to speak to this than I am. But just to mention that this is something that a lot of the international processes are grappling with, the Convention on Biological Diversity, for example, this new treaty on areas beyond national jurisdiction. And one way, the Arctic Council is actually the only one that's really doing this relatively well at the moment. And the way that they've perhaps made it happen the best is that they provide the holders of traditional knowledge their own space to work and to operate. So you don't run into those power imbalances that you would get if you have sort of one working group and you have one lone person who's the traditional knowledge representative. But you actually give them their own space and their own way of working. And then in the end, you bring those two types of knowledge together, and often they end up complementing each other very, very well.
Thanks, Mario. Dave?
I just wanted to say, you mentioned conflict with respect to traditional knowledge. There are a couple, many of our people view traditional knowledge as information that they own. And when they want to share it, they can share it, but there has been a conflict over, say at conferences or in other places when people have been asked to provide information from traditional knowledge, then somebody wanting to record and publish that. And then that becomes a dispute because the owner of that knowledge has, been, maybe they've kept that within them and their family or community for thousands of years, doesn't want to share it in that form. So there can be those kind of conflicts as well.
Wow. Dave, just adding to the sort of ways in which conflict can result from these different forms of knowledge. Appreciate that. I'm going to go to this question that was first submitted in the Q&A, and I'll just verbalize it in case folks can't see it. I know most people can, but it says climate change poses new problems that could not be foreseen at the moment when governance was defined. I think we've all seen this, right? We have governance systems that didn't anticipate climate change and therefore are inadequate to deal with it. So this person says, as this continues to happen, how big is the gap between the occurrence of new unforeseen phenomenon and the definition of rights, responsibilities, and actions to take? I think that what is being asked here is, do you think that gap is widening? And who would be some stakeholders to help close that gap? There's another question in here about whether those stakeholders have the right incentives to do that. Does anyone feel moved to try to take on that question?
I mean, I can say that I see more and more as climate change gets layered into almost every topic, right, related to community well-being, coastal management, that I think all of our simple solutions go by the wayside, right? We're not up to it yet together. And the way that we get there, as I see, the hope that I see is around building networks and connections. That's the only path I know so far. I'm curious if Mario and Dave have thoughts.
Certainly climate change has, been something that's exacerbated, at least for us, a already challenging situation. We developed salmon recovery plans in many of our watersheds 20 years ago, and it did not anticipate climate change as a threat, and now it's here and it's real. I think it depends on where you're at here in the state of Washington. Our governor's he's a advocate for doing everything we can to fight or address climate change. So you have the Climate Commitment Act, which was passed by the state legislature. So in our case, I think that gap is narrowing because we have leadership that recognize and treats climate change as a real issue that we're committed to try to address. So, but I that's clearly not the case everywhere.
Mario, do you want to add anything to this question, or should I go to the next?
Just very quickly, in that on the international level, one interesting thing that's come up is the need for legal tools to address climate change. And we need all different disciplines acting on this. And for example, can you move your protected area boundaries as species move to different locations? And small island developing states that are suffering from sea level rise, for example, under international law, now are at the place where they could actually lose all of their maritime claims. And if sea level rise gets really extreme, could actually lose their nationhood as well. So what are the legal tools to address those kinds of things? And then what about migration and those kinds of issues that also come up with sea level rise and with the intensifying climate change? And how do we handle that as an international community or even as a nation? So those are some of the issues.
Yeah. I'll just add one very, what feels like kind of a small example, but I think it illustrates the fact that there are thousands of these kinds of things throughout the world. In the Boston area, and this is true in many places, but I'm familiar in the Boston area, that we have areas of land along rivers called designated port areas. And at the time they were designated, it was to make sure that the marine industry had space to thrive and that land was not used for anything else. Well, as both climate change has changed the water levels and just the economy has changed in ways that means that the marine industry isn't as relevant as it once was, there's a real question about what to do with those lands. And there's a real fight between the use them, develop them, right? So de-designate them, so they're not used for marine purposes, but use them for development versus de-designate them and use them for conservation and buffers as the waters rise. And so, when ports were designated in that way, did not anticipate climate change, and also, for that matter, did not anticipate the cleanup of the rivers, because at the time the rivers were essentially giant sewers and nobody wanted to be near them. And so it's just a very complicated situation in terms of dealing with the current, governing in current spaces. I'm going to move to this third question that was posted, and it says, is climate change a direct byproduct of historically white privilege and wealth inequality? And why are we accepting modern economies to solve our current and future coastal environmental problems that have been built on systems of racism, inequality, and oppression? I'm going to kind of direct this a little bit because it's such a big question. There are two big questions here. Is climate change a direct byproduct of historically white privilege and wealth inequality? Certainly, if any of you want to take that, by all means do. And the second question about sort of accepting modern economies to solve our current and future coastal environmental problems, I am curious how up to the task you three might say that our sort of economic approaches are to these issues. How much is it up to the task to deal with them? So, not sure who wants to go first. How about Mario? Do you want to jump in?
Yes, I can try to give that a stab, and it's a very important and very difficult question to answer. But it's certainly becoming clear that endless economic growth is not something that is possible, and that we can hope for the planet to actually support in the long term. And that's one of my fears with this blue economy approach as well, is that when we put the economic aspects ahead of everything else, we're not going to be able to solve the problems. And so we need new thinking. We need a new type of relationship with nature, one that's not reliant on growth. And we need new models. And I think a lot of these models actually reside with, for example, the indigenous peoples, their traditional knowledge, their way of living with nature. I think we can learn a lot from those approaches.
I'll go ahead and try to make a few comments as well. I'm not sure that, with the climate issue is, it's just clearly being driven by all of the carbon we created in the last couple hundred years. And even beyond that, I think, especially in the last couple hundred years. So I'm not sure. I think it's how much privilege has to do with it, because we've all contributed to it. And then commercially, it seems to me that in our capitalistic society here, if we're trying to solve problems, to get people to change, to do something different that would be good, if you can make it profitable and you can make it a new industry, then it takes off and it gets done. And that's just, to me, how how I see things happening here, whether we like the economic capitalistic part of it or not. Right now, that's the world we live in.
Yeah, Dave, you give a real, it's interesting coming from your perspective, just the practicality with which you feel like you have to address these issues in the here and now. I think the person asking the question is feeling so frustrated with that. And you're saying, this is what I have to deal with in my actual negotiations, in my actual life to protect the actual resources. It's really quite fascinating. We have one last question, and I think this is directed to you, Dave, in particular. It says, what are the most powerful tools that tribes can use to advocate for themselves if their treaty rights are not respected? How do we make sure that it's not just those industries with the most money that have the most voice? So I think there might be two questions embedded in there. Maybe the first one, Dave, if you could talk about what the most powerful tools are that you use to advocate for your treaty rights.
Well, the most powerful tool is litigation. You know, it's going to court to file a lawsuit against generally a government to get the courts to order protection of our treaty rights. And we've been quite successful at that. We win our fishing rights cases. We won the culvert case has been the most recent one where the US Supreme Court said, yes, the state of Washington has a duty to protect treaty resources, fish in this case. So it's also the most difficult to use because it's really expensive, takes a lot of time, and it's not without a legal risk. I mean, what if we lose a case? So I think that maybe speaks to both issues is, you know, we will pull that trigger if and when we feel like we absolutely have to, but it is the most potent tool we have.
Thanks, Dave. I'm going to pass it over to Laura. I have to teach a class in 1 minute, and I know we're wrapping up anyway, but I'm going to pass it to Laura to close us out. Thank you so much, everyone. It was really wonderful to be here with you. I'm really honored to have spent this time with the three of you in particular, and thanks, Laura, for inviting us. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much, Carrie. I just wanted to give you guys a chance to have, if you had one more comment or anything before we close it out, go ahead and all right, we'll close it out. Thank you so much again for your participation. And yeah, thank you for those insights on the various kinds of knowledge and the various communities and their interests and how those enter into conflict and how we can kind of connect those to start improving our governance response to climate change. So thank you so much. And I'll pass it off to James now to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you again. Hello, Kristina.
Hi.
Thanks everyone for sticking with us. We've had really packed programming. It was like when we were putting things together, we just kept finding people that we wanted to speak. And I think all the conversations have been like really building off of each other in a way that's become very powerful. So I'm excited to kind of keep moving forward. So this afternoon, I'm going to introduce here with us today, Dr. Kristina Hill. Thank you again for coming. Kristina studies both the drivers and strategies for urban adaptation to coastal flooding and climate change. She uses groundwater mapping and adaptation pathways to develop urban design alternatives for the wide range of situations where seawalls and levees won't work to prevent flooding, because groundwater will rise as sea levels rise. Her focus is on protecting low-income and minority communities that are vulnerable to health impacts from legacy contamination in groundwater long before the groundwater reaches the surface as flooding. Kristina has contributed to adaptation plans for a diverse group of US cities, several US agencies, and the Rockefeller Foundation. She edited the 100th anniversary issue of the Journal of the Ecological Society of America in 2015 on the topic of climate change and infrastructure, has published in a wide range of journals and anthologies, and been featured in a documentary about urban flooding, the Sinking Cities PBS documentary, and the Hidden Brain podcast on NPR. Most recently, her work is being used by the UNEP Finance Initiative to guide investment in cities. Her PhD is from Harvard University. She is the director of the Institute for Urban and Regional Development at UC Berkeley. Her book is about adaptation to rising seas in cities. And so with that, I'm going to pass it on. Thank you again, Kristina, for coming.
Great. Thanks for inviting me. I'm going to share my slides. I hope that's visible.
Yes, we see it.
Great. I'm going to go quickly through some images and give a little background of what the issue is here with adapting cities to rising tides, especially in neighborhoods that have historically had pollution. And I'm thinking about post-industrial or post-military areas, and areas that are also receiving waste still. So I want to give a little context first, and it's always important to me as someone who comes from a geology background to remind everyone, cities have been invented during a period of relatively slow sea level rise. The last time it was fast was more than 10,000 years ago, but it has been really fast over the last 24,000 years. It's just not recently been fast. So we've never actually tried to figure out how to manage cities during a period of rapid sea level rise. Hasn't been a problem in the past. So in California, we've been told to expect anywhere between 1 meter and 3 meters of sea level rise. So between 3 feet and 10 feet of sea level rise by 2100. And what the state is telling public agencies here is that if you've got something valuable that's expensive, that needs to be replaced, you've got to assume that we might have 3 meters of sea level rise. And if you've got something inexpensive, like portable toilets and asphalt pathways in a park, then you can assume 1 meter of sea level rise. But urban districts where people live are, to those people, really valuable places that they see as permanent. So we should be thinking carefully about which assumption we make for the future of urban districts that face flooding risks. What I've learned from working with the Dutch over the last 10 or 15 years is that they have been worried about rising groundwater for a long time. And that's because they currently have an extensive network of pumps, and they know that groundwater is rising as sea level rises. So our problem isn't just salt water moving laterally, it's that arrow pointing up from below that I'll say more about in a minute. This is an image from Hawaii from my colleagues at the University of Hawaii, Manoa, and they are looking at the way that groundwater is going to rise there, similar to what it's going to do in California, where near the shoreline, 3 feet of sea level rise means 3 feet of groundwater rise in most places. And then as you go farther away, of course, it could change and there'd be less groundwater rise as you go farther from the shoreline. But within as much as half a mile, it's going to be a very big deal. First of all, before it even gets to the surface, it'll flood pipes that are cracked. Most American pipes are cracked. So we'll see sanitary sewers and storm sewers cease to function because they'll be filled with groundwater. The groundwater will start to emerge at the surface, coming up through manholes and inlets where we've designed them to remove water. Groundwater will start to come up through that system. And I use this cartoon to kind of quickly explain to public audiences what's going to happen. So the dark blue is salt water, salty groundwater and bay water for us. The light blue is fresh groundwater, and it sits on top of the salty groundwater. As that salty groundwater rises, we're going to see underground pipes, potentially, if they're cracked, and as I said, most are, begin to fill with groundwater. We'll see creeks and surface water bodies get more groundwater discharged from the soil. And we'll see an increasing risk of soil pollution that's been capped with concrete or vegetative caps, other kinds of semi-permeable caps, at risk of being mobilized. by this rising groundwater when it intercepts those contaminants in the soil. And all of this is happening in my little cartoon here, in spite of the fact that there's a levee, because the groundwater is going to rise behind that levee. So the Dutch use levees and dikes, but they have an extensive network of pumps that makes it possible to keep that land dry. Very, very few places in the United States outside of New Orleans and now Miami have an extensive network of pumps. So we're all just kind of waiting to see what our groundwater is going to do. We don't know in many cities even how deep it is to the coastal groundwater. This is the shallow groundwater, the shallowest kind, not what's used for irrigation typically, and certainly not for drinking, because runoff and other things get into this shallow groundwater from the surface. So it's typically not super clean. This is an image from New Zealand where a woman is experiencing flooding in front of her property, and she's trying to clear the storm drain with a rake, but unfortunately that water is coming up from below. So it's actually pushed up by the ocean on a day when the ocean next to Christchurch was very high. And even if she cleans that drain, all she's going to get is more water, causing more local flooding. So that's what we're facing. The infrastructure we've designed to take water away is going to allow water to rise up. And this is San Francisco, the Embarcadero in 2015. This is just a low pressure weather day with a high tide, water coming right onto the streets. So we know that the seawater can be very high here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And of course, that means the groundwater is also being pushed slowly because of friction with the soil, but it is being pushed upwards. And again, here in the Bay Area, we face a risk of earthquakes, like most cities around the whole Pacific Rim, from Chile to New Zealand to China and Japan. So we have an extra set of problems that come with these earthquakes and rising groundwater, and that is liquefaction. So here, happens to be from New Zealand, but this picture could be from an earthquake in San Francisco that's bound to happen any day now. San Francisco and the East Bay are both at a very high risk of a new large earthquake. This car was sitting on solid ground, and as the earthquake energy came through the sandy, wet soil next to a river in Christchurch, that car dropped into the ground because the soil behaved like a liquid, and that's called liquefaction. And then when the energy wave was passed, the soil hardens up again, and the car had to be excavated from the soil. Luckily, nobody was in the car. This is all of the areas around the San Francisco Bay Area in the orange and yellow that are prone to moderate to very high liquefaction risks. And I'm going to be talking about this particular area at the top of the map, the Richmond shoreline in California. The Richmond shoreline is a formerly industrial and military area. It is strewn with hazardous waste facilities, hydrocarbons, acetone, benzene, toluene, PCEs, metals, everything, radioactivity, almost anything you can think of as a contaminant is in this zone, right next to the bay edge. The Standard Oil Company started in this area. It's left a lot of hydrocarbons behind. Those facilities are now owned by Chevron. The Kaiser shipyards left a lot of contaminants behind. This is now in the front of this image where the docks are and the striped rows of streets. That's now all residential. And the hydrocarbons that were left behind by that manufacturing facility were piled up into mounds strewn among the residential streets. So at key locations, that'll need to be addressed. And then this highly contaminated site was until recently owned by AstraZeneca, the company that's providing vaccines to the world, one of them. And 4,000 units of new housing were permitted in August this year, and the site has been transferred to a developer. This site is right at the high tide line, and the sites all around it contain the chemicals I was talking about, hydrocarbons, benzene and toluene, metals, radioactive waste. This is all right at the edge of the bay. And what they've planned for this particular location, because of the water view I'm showing you on the right, is 4,000 units of new housing. So developers have been dying to get access to these waterfront sites. And the State Department of Toxic Substance Control has approved these 4,000 units of housing to sit on top of a very contaminated site next to a bay that's rising in elevation. And just to remind you, it's rising somewhere between 1 meter and 3 meters. And the groundwater is rising on top of that, at least a foot on top of the sea level itself. And lest you think that California is the only place that has this problem, I just wanted to call to your attention Rumney Marsh and the Wheelabrator site in Saugus, where residential areas I've kind of outlined here in yellow are threatened by sea level rising in the Rumney Marsh and putting people at risk of mobilized contaminants from these landfills. So when we think about adaptation to sea level rise, we often don't think about the contaminated sites and how close they are to the sea level and what we're going to have to do to pull those contaminants out. Managed retreat is not going to be cheap. If we have to pull all of this out, it's going to be expensive. And of course we do at this point have to pull it out. Luckily, the new infrastructure bill has allocated $21 billion for cleaning up these contaminated sites, but the states will have to actually prioritize coastal sites. Otherwise, they may clean up sites that won't be affected by rising groundwater and rising seawater. And those sites will be left to be inundated by rising groundwater and become basically a toxic soup that will circulate in the nearshore environment, affecting ecosystems as well as under people's homes, affecting humans. So if you dig it out and you make a big hole, the question is, what do you do next with a big hole? So I wanted to show you a couple of examples of cities and other parts of the world that have dug out material and added new material to reshape urban districts. I use this kind of Cartesian grid to remind myself that if you have high seismic risks like we do here in the Bay Area, there are only certain strategies that work. There's a Japanese super dike from Osaka that can work. They've proven that that works with seismic, but they also have a lot of sand and gravel available. And many cities don't have a lot of sand and gravel available. So the other option is to dig a hole and float in that hole once the groundwater comes up, or to put buildings on terraces called tiered development, like in the Hafen City in Hamburg in Germany. That would work in Boston. And then the Dutch super dike strategy, which is to build a very thick sandy edge. And again, you have to have a lot of sand available to do that. So let me show you a couple quick images of the Hafen City. This is an old warehouse district on the right side of that red line, the main levee. And it was flooding, not because of sea level rise, but because they've had to dredge the river there to let major ships, very big container ships, in to a port that's about 60 miles from the North Sea. This is what it looks like now that it's been redeveloped. What they decided to do was, rather than surround the whole thing with a levee, they would raise the interior of these blocks and then leave the exterior of the blocks low. Let me show you what that looks like on the ground. So this first story that looks blank to us from this direction is parking garages or just earth under these structures, these buildings, and residential is all second story and above. So it's either waterproof parking or it's just earth under the building. When you're walking along that promenade with that waterproof wall next to you, most urban designers wouldn't choose a blank wall like that as the face of the building, but your gaze is always taken to the left towards the water, speaking from personal experience. And if you watch the water in the lower image in this photo, you'll see what happens as the floods come into the city of Hamburg. So here's high tide, still on the face of the conventional seawall. And then there's the storm flood. Now it's on this blank wall shown in the top image. You can see how that works to allow flooding to occur on that lower terrace without flooding anything. And people don't evacuate, they stay in their neighborhood. They put their cars in the waterproof parking garages and they take their kids out to play at the edge of the water. which allows people to use their own native intelligence to try to understand what's changing in the world around us. So I think it's a very good strategy to let people see the water levels changing and learn to be adaptive. The future of this development is to put mid-rise buildings with their foundations in the mud at the bottom of the canal. And they can do that because they don't have earthquakes. So buildings with their feet in the water is the way that the Dutch are moving forward, as well as the Germans in the Hafen city here in Hamburg. Let me show you a Dutch example. This one is an artificial pond that was excavated near Rotterdam, and then luxury housing was built inside that pond. And that luxury housing was meant to take pressure off of the housing market, but also to pay for, in part, the construction of this wet pond that serves as stormwater detention for an entire district. So it's part of the infrastructure, and they got rich people to pay for it. I think that's pretty clever. They also allow themselves to live with a high water table, high groundwater, in an environment that feels aesthetically appealing, instead of in an environment where it's going to cause all kinds of problems. So by digging down, they're preparing the ground for a high water table condition and to store stormwater in what's called floodable development. Here's an example from Amsterdam. And in this case, they've built an affordable development by doing prefabricated modules, using affordable materials that were brought into place by tugboats on the left here in that red triangle. And that looks like this from the kind of bird's eye angle. And those units along the edge aren't floating, the long bar building and the 3-4-story units along the street. Those have conventional foundations, but everything else is floating. And it's attached to a piling with a collar. So each unit can rise and fall with the tide, but doesn't tip or move. This is what it looks like for a resident. Most people have small boats and use that as a way to get around. But the whole pond is surrounded by tide gates and levees. So it's not an open water condition, really. It's more of a controlled, managed pond. You can't have waves and debris in the kind of water that you want to float houses in. So let me show you what we're thinking of here in San Francisco Bay very quickly. We are considering the idea of excavating near the shoreline and placing the excavated material into a big wedge that goes out to the bay and provides wetland habitat, which is very important to the Bay Area. We have about 60,000 acres of restored wetland that's been constructed since the 1980s. And that's very important for our ecosystems and our health, and to prevent waves from reaching the shoreline. People have voted to tax themselves here to construct a wider wetland edge. So one of the ways we would do that is by excavating clean material and then placing it on the edge. And I'm quoting Rich Haig here, a famous landscape architect, that really it is the essence of landscape architecture to dig hole and make mound. So there's an education in a nutshell. We're talking about something we're calling tidal cities. And we're looking at the idea of creating these artificial ponds that can store water at the edge of the land when water overflows from tributaries that go to the creek in a high rainfall situation. And that those ponds would also be allowed to receive tidal water. So they would take tidal water in, hold it with a tide gate so that it doesn't all go out. And these houses are proposed to be built on shared decking. Let me show you what that looks like. Here's an example. This cartoon shows buildings that are prefabricated units that have been stacked on shared decking with pontoons below. So that the advantage of that is there's no rocking for the houses on the water. You get more buoyancy by spreading out the decking beyond the footprint of the units themselves. And you don't have to worry about which wall you put the piano on versus the bookshelf, because it's not going to tip. It's not every tub on its own bottom. It's units on shared decking. So it has a lot of advantages. And it provides a kind of base isolation for buildings in an earthquake zone. This is an architectural rendering of what that could look like. And those ponds can be designed to have minimal sesh, so that in an earthquake event, you wouldn't get the sloshing. And these buildings would be safer than buildings on the land. This is a rendering of what some of that might look like on the interior. Stacked prefabricated units manufactured in our region. And then I just want to close with a couple images of how this works with a rising tide. So you can see in this image, units on shared decking in a pond that has tide gates on the upper and lower parts. And this is at low tide. So the tide gates are holding in the water in the pond so that it never gets too low. Obviously not attractive to live in a mud flat, so it has to stay open water. And then at mean tide and at high tide, you can see that landform is still holding. But with sea level rise, eventually, we think these developments could work for about 3 feet to 6 feet of sea level rise. But at about 6 feet, you can see that landform is getting real skinny, and an earthquake event would probably fail. So at some point, we would excavate new ponds and use that fill to refill these old ponds and create a pattern of a band of wetlands and then floating development, floating districts that moves inland over time. So we'd excavate new strips of ponds and then refill the old ones. Excuse me. And that's it. I hope I have a little time for a couple questions.
Great, thank you so much. That was very interesting. I mean, you could pick, we have a couple questions in the chat. I have a question, and if I could just maybe start though. These like floating house typologies, is there any way for this, is there any way to retrofit communities that are already kind of like near the coast to make them more resilient to groundwater inundation?
Yeah, and one of the ways that people have done that in other parts of the world is by putting in canals. If you put in some small canals with pumping, you can keep the groundwater at the level of the sea level, basically, for longer. And that would help kind of pull groundwater out of the soil around those canals. But they have to have pumping, and you run the risk of subsidence when you pump old wetland soils. So if it's in an area of urban fill, you have to be super careful. That's not a word I would use for how most US infrastructure is managed. So I don't know that it's the right thing for us, but it could be done. And we're talking about that also to protect areas where low-income families own houses or communities of color, to keep them in place as long as possible. We might have a phase where we use canals, but we're headed for a future where this is all gonna start to fail because of the earthquake risks that we have and the risk of contamination. At that point, you have to switch to cutting and doing floodable development.
So then maybe this is a good segue to this question. Someone asking what the biggest barrier in the US is to building neighborhoods like the one we saw in Hamburg.
I think vision is the biggest risk, a lack of vision. We've been talking about Band-Aid solutions a lot, little pump stations distributed around Miami, movable flood walls, potentially East Boston getting a kind of barrier park and a flood wall. I don't think those are big moves. I think we really need to do redevelopment of these districts in order to protect people. And that's what the Europeans are doing. They're using public development authorities to prepare the ground for developers to be able to invest with a kind of known amount of risk, at least for a period of time. Whether you're building up or digging out, you need somebody, a public entity, to share the risk with the private sector. But as long as we focus just on roads and parks, I think we're making a situation where there's a risk of brittle failure instead of a situation where what my colleague, Nina Marie Lister in Toronto calls, it's safe to fail. Safe to fail construction means you can have an extra big flood and there's no risk of catastrophic failure. But we've been kind of filling cracks in the bathtub in the US over the last 20 years and not ready for the bigger events.
So would you say then, I mean, building codes are usually pretty far behind. So the kind of project that you were sort of like proposing, can it currently be built? Like, is it the kind of thing that can be permitted?
Yeah, absolutely. We're building big multi-story structures on the waterfront in San Francisco and in Oakland. We're not building them with waterproof car parks underneath with, waterproof parking. I believe Americans can build waterproof parking. It's just a gasket, but we often don't require those kinds of fine tolerances in building construction. So I'm not sure we can do it, but I certainly know we can do it. We have the ability. We just have to establish the right codes and precedents to do it.
Thank you. This is another question from the chat. Is sea level rise not incorporated in contaminated site regulation?
No, it's not. Not rising seas, not rising groundwater. No. And that's a huge, huge mistake on our part as we think about what we're going to do in urban districts or with adding sediment to marshes to allow their surface to be higher and allow them to persist with the rising seas. If it's all a big toxic soup full of hydrocarbons, what's the point? So we really have to think about these contaminated sites, and they are everywhere.
Yeah, I'm thinking of, I'm from New York City, so it's a big move in New York to kind of like put parks on top of landfills. I'm wondering kind of like what is sort of the limitation on that kind of move if the groundwater is a problem?
Well, they're talking about adding riprap, putting more rock on the front of things like landfills to try to protect them from wave energy. But groundwater is going to rise all around them, in the back, on the sides, and in the front. So we really need a different strategy. And if we decide to try to protect those landfills from groundwater by ringing them with wells, like pumping wells, to control groundwater, we're going to have to do that forever. Picture that. All those contaminated sites maintained forever that have no economic value. It's going to be very tough to do. So eventually that system breaks down and you end up with the toxic soup. That's why I think we should be removing contaminated soil using this infrastructure bill money now in coastal areas. We had Superfund money and that came from the petroleum industry, but that's all been removed. It's not taking any new sites for that. So we're seeing ourselves having to use our tax money instead of the petroleum industry's money to clean up what's essentially often their mess, as well as municipal landfills that are our shared mess.
Yeah, I feel like the summit wound up being pretty timely with the passing of this bill, because I think that it could potentially change a lot of the nature of some of these conversations. There is sort of like larger scale infrastructural movement. Let's see if I do have a couple more questions in the chat. Is there a universal real-time data set of contaminated sites for academies to focus on? Academics.
Yes, EPA manages a database of Superfund sites, which have historically just been a street address. And now they're issuing boundaries that are actually driven by the plume in the groundwater or the soil deposition from aerial transport. So the EPA data set has gotten better, and that's a great resource. But unfortunately, a lot of very bad sites are not Superfund sites. It's kind of arbitrary what's Superfund versus what's not. I used to think it was all the worst ones. No, as it turns out, there are a lot of radioactive and highly contaminated sites that are not Superfund. And those are under state management. And there is no database of those except whatever your state maintains. Here in California, we have 2 different state agencies that regulate those, and each of them has its own database. So we have to tap 2 state databases, county databases, to figure out where old leaky underground storage tanks are, and the federal databases for Superfund. And unfortunately, that is impossible for the public. So I hope academics in different coastal areas will start mapping and tracking.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. These were some good questions. We're gonna have to wrap things up. I just want to give you an opportunity if you wanted to say any sort of like closing thought.
I just hope that anybody who's listening who has any access to policymakers will think about prioritizing these sites, because once we start seeing the sea level rising and the flooding getting worse and worse, it's going to be just more difficult to clean these up. It just has to be done. Thanks, James, for inviting me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to pass things over to Laura to introduce our next speaker.
Hello, thank you again to Dr. Hill for your presentation. So we'll now hear from Dr. Philip Loring. Dr. Loring is a human ecologist and storyteller at the University of Guelph. His work focuses on the intersection of sustainability, food systems, and social justice. And he is particularly interested in solutions where people and ecosystems thrive together. He studied at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and his research has taken him to such diverse places as the temperate rainforests of British Columbia, the prairies of Saskatchewan, the highlands of Guatemala, and the Sonoran Desert in Mexico. An avid science communicator, Loring emphasizes writing, film, and other forms of storytelling to reach diverse audiences. His first book, Finding Our Niche Toward a Restorative Human Ecology, was published in 2020. And so without further ado, I'll hand it off to Dr. Loring to get started now.
Thank you very much, Laura, and thank you everybody for the opportunity to speak at this. It's been a wonderful conference so far that you've put together a lot of really important issues and timely discussion happening, including the last conversation. So I will share my screen with all of you, and we can get started. Let me know if that doesn't come through, but I think that that is working. So what I wanted to focus on in this, for this talk is, we've already spent quite a bit of time talking, in this conference, talking about all of the different challenges facing the coasts. And it's such a well-rounded picture over the last day and a half that I don't feel like I can necessarily add anything to the picture that you've painted of the diverse challenges and opportunities facing coastal communities. But so with all of that behind us, and sort of with all of that discussion already under our belts, so to speak, I wanted to talk a little bit about the social and ecological justice issues that are all wrapped up in the challenges that coastal communities are facing and what people are doing about it and how people are responding. I'm reminded over the last day and a half, including by the very last excellent talk, about the fine line that we face between adaptation to the challenges that are facing the coast and acquiescence to climate change, to unmitigated climate change. And I think back, as you said, Laura, when I first started as a researcher, I was working on climate change and coastal issues in the Arctic and in Alaska. And I remember back in 2005 or so, encountering this challenge where I felt like there were two concurrent conversations going on. One was about doing something about climate change, and the other one was about making sure we also acknowledge the opportunities that climate change poses. I remember getting peer review comments on papers at the time that said I needed to acknowledge the possible economic benefits of climate change. And I remember at the time hearing in alternating speeches from Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, for example, in one talk it would be about the impacts of climate change on Alaska's indigenous communities and doing something about that to avoid that. And then the next talk would be about the economic benefits of shipping in an open, ice-free Arctic. And I've always sat sort of uncomfortably with this fine line between adaptation and acquiescence, because we know that we need to do something about climate change, and we also know that some changes are locked in, and we better be ready for them, and we better prepare for them, and we better adapt our cities and our cultures and our finance for those. Otherwise, the impacts are going to be far worse than they necessarily could be. And those impacts, of course, will be differentially distributed and primarily impact low-income communities, people of color, indigenous peoples, and so forth. So if there's a thread that runs through this whole conversation, it's what do we do about the fine line between adaptation and acquiescence? And And really, I think that's a story of not just resilience, but of resistance. And I'm going to make a prediction for you after 2 very frustrating weeks observing COP26, which it's worth noting, COP26 was a remarkable thing because it's 26 years of work by passionate people who have been trying to move the needle. And it was also remarkable for how little, frankly, was accomplished there. And, we saw such striking differences. The Minister of Tuvalu giving his address, knee deep in water, with about how a 2.4 degree world, which I think was the amount that was on the table for a while in Glasgow, it would erase his home. And the justice issues there. So my prediction from that, and what I'm going to explore here, is that the coasts, everything you've heard about in the coasts, all the challenges, the opportunities, the coasts are going to be the nexus of the climate revolution, whatever that looks like. There's lots of people who might lead that, who might benefit from that, but it's going to happen at the coasts. And so why do I think that? I would say, right now we already see all eyes on the so-called blue economy. We see so much interest in the private sector for developing this blue economy. They see the oceans as this new untapped sort of frontier, for lack of a better word, for growth and expansion. But we also see other people looking to the oceans, the blue economy, for other reasons, for seaweed opportunities, for carbon sequestration, for improving fisheries so that coastal fishing communities in underdeveloped and developing nations can gain more food security and food sovereignty. And then at the same time, we see people interested in aquaculture, and whether that's a large-scale industrial endeavor or a traditional practice by an indigenous community in coastal British Columbia. Everybody is looking at the ocean, and that is really, really noteworthy because there's so much attention there and there's so much opportunity for change, but also for conflict. Under the hood of this focus on the blue economy, I think it's really important to note, as is with climate change, that the things that we think about as solutions, the things that might be sustainable, and thinking about those solutions, sustainable doesn't necessarily mean ethical, and it doesn't necessarily mean just. You can see many examples of so-called sustainable fisheries that have resulted from management regimes, for example, that have taken fishing rights away from indigenous peoples, or impacted coastal food systems, or that move all of that seafood out of the place where it's being caught and into another country at the expense of the food security and sovereignty of the people doing the fishing. This is the trifecta here when it comes to coastal issues, and when it comes to people looking at the blue economy, when it comes to people thinking about how to buttress or redesign our coasts. The previous talk had really, really interesting renderings of ways that we can adapt our coasts and our coastal infrastructure to a rising sea level. But I couldn't help, regardless of how remarkable the suggesting of a floating development was, I couldn't help but think about what would be lost when that happens, if that happens, the places that would be lost, the inherent value in the ecosystems that will be inundated and transformed as a result. And I don't think people are going to just stop thinking about those things. I think that is going to become the basis for a lot of action and resistance. So what I want to have you think about a little bit is how systems change, and when a crisis happens, how we are resilient, how people are resilient, what being resilient means, and how sometimes those crises can enable people to not just have to bounce back, but also bounce forward, and what that means for people who are thinking about activism, what people who are thinking about pushing for radical climate action, radical social change to achieve climate action. And I'm going to link this to some recent research that I've been doing with fisheries and the impacts of fisheries of COVID-19 and how different aspects of the fishing sector has responded. But, I want to be clear when I talk about resilience. Resilience is a really tricky concept. Being resilient is very important. Psychological resilience is a very, very important aspect of who we are and how we maintain our well-being. But, the metaphor I often offer when I talk about resilience, however, is that being resilient is kind of like being punched in the face. It's great that you're resilient. You really want to heal. but healing and getting better after, or being resilient and getting over the impact, it doesn't do anything about the fact that you were punched in the face. That's the social justice. You still were punched. There was still the harm. There was, and then the question is, what happened? How do you accommodate? How do you address and acknowledge that harm in the interest of restorative justice? Another way of thinking about resilience in coastal systems is that resilience also is something that's very important to the status quo. Existing systems of politics, existing food systems, existing systems of shipping and supply chains are very resilient. We know, for example, that the private sector is responsible for the lion's share of greenhouse gas emissions. And we saw over 2 weeks at COP26 how resilient that hold, the grip of the private sector is on global politics. It's very resilient. It's just 5 things. If we really want to break down climate change, it's 5 things. It's electricity, it's food, it's industry by way of steel and cement, it's waste management, and it's transportation. And all of those are front and center in the private sector. And so the resilience, they're thinking about the resilience of the private sector. And really, if you're somebody who's interested in change, that has to be a part of your theory of change, for thinking about where the leverage points are to try to create a changed private sector, or alternatives to really force action on something like greenhouse gases. But no matter how resilient the status quo is, they're very hard to disrupt, but they can be disrupted. And that's, I think we have a lot of examples in coastal regions that show this. This is Hurricane Katrina. And it's a really, really great example of the inherent justice issues and resilience issues that come with a disaster. When Katrina hit, a really interesting change that unfolded in the aftermath. At the time of Hurricane Katrina, New Orleans schools, Louisiana schools in general, were among the worst in public schools, were among the worst, lowest rated, worst is a bad word, lowest rated, least lowest performing schools in the nation. But it was also a very entrenched, there's really great research on this. It was also a very entrenched and over politicized system that was very difficult to change. And then a hurricane came through and wiped it out, and wiped the whole place down, shut everything out, flooded the French Quarter. And what this did, for better or worse, is it created an opportunity for change. And I want you to think about this as I talk about the next example. Who was able to capitalize on that change, that opportunity to create change was an important question, because in this case, it was charter schools, and it was people who were proponents of private education who were able to come in and take advantage of this disruption of the existing public school system and create a change. And now the long-term research on that has been very clear that the changes did not result in outcomes that were more ethical or more equitable or more just. But nevertheless, it's a case study in how, when bad things happen, they do create these stresses in existing systems that allow opportunities to whoever is ready to take advantage of them to create change. And so one of the things, moving to my more recent research on coronavirus and fisheries, is that the example of coronavirus and the disruptions we've seen in supply chains, and for all of the resilience in the global food system, the global manufacturing system, we've seen some really interesting vulnerabilities recently to people finally standing up and saying, I'm not going to work for poor wages, I want better working conditions. We've seen the shipping traffic and congestion and supply chain problems off for example, in the Port of Los Angeles and Port of Vancouver. And what this brings to mind for me is thinking about the concept of resilience, is that it's entirely possible that these very resilient, very robust global systems that rely on our coasts around the world are more vulnerable than we think. Our food systems and very large aspects of our manufacturing systems are all heavily subsidized by fossil fuels, by relying on their ability to produce greenhouse gases, by something that I would call that would call ecologically unequal exchange, and that capital and resources have been drawn out of the global south to support manufacturing and food systems for the global north. In the language of resilience, that's called coerced resilience. That is where the system seems robust and it seems resilient and it seems sustainable, but only so long as its need for those external subsidies can be met. And I think what we're seeing with coronavirus, with the imminent challenge, the ongoing challenges of climate change, is that the hunger, the insatiable hunger for external subsidies and inputs from other ecosystems and societies around the world that our global manufacturing and food systems have, those can't be fed much longer. And so what that means is that these large, resilient, robust and rigid systems that we currently know are probably much closer to tipping points than we think. That's really important to understand when you look at the issues like supply chain issues. It's not just a collapse per se, but an opportunity for people who are pushing to do things a little bit differently. So, another way of stating that perhaps is that global regimes are more vulnerable than ever. And what we certainly saw this in our research. So when the pandemic first hit and we first started seeing trade stoppages and closures and social distancing measures, my research group and another research group I work with at the University of Maine, we work very closely with small scale fishers, people who do fishing and alternative marketing, alternative seafood networks, sort of like community supported fisheries, like the agriculture counterpart. And, we saw something really interesting. We saw, and we published this in Frontiers in Sustainable Food Systems, that while global systems were becoming deadlocked because of the impacts of coronavirus, the local and alternative providers who were operating in these smaller niche spaces, they were more resilient. They had more opportunity to adapt and respond, and they actually ended up taking up a lot of the slack for the global seafood system when it was deadlocked. And we looked back in time and we can sort of see this pattern where whenever there's a global shock, whenever a recession or whether that's triggered by fuel prices or policy or something else, the global system slows down or sort of folds inward, and the local producers sort of step up. And we spoke with folks in communities all around the world, and we saw the same pattern playing out in Africa. We saw the same pattern playing out in South and Central America, and of course, Canada and the United States, where in order to keep seafood on people's plates, in order to keep people fed, there was a reorientation of small scale fishing towards local consumption. And what we've seen now, as we've gone into sort of this long pandemic, is that the fishers and the business owners and the community organizations who did this are trying to make the changes that they made in the early months of the pandemic stay. They want to make them stick because the system that they're operating in now is much better and much more ethical, they think, than it was, and a better business model than they think it was. And so this is an example, of a shock, changing things, requiring some people to be resilient, everybody to be resilient, but giving some, whenever there's resilience, there are winners and losers. And so here we have this example where it's still too early to tell, but we know that people are pushing to change the system, have it not just be a shock that we recovered from, not just bouncing back from the pandemic in the small scale seafood industry, but a bouncing forward into something different. And that is where innovation and resistance comes in. This idea of, when bad things happen, when catastrophes happen, we know generally that impacts are always going to be distributed, as I said earlier, differentially, with greater impacts on people of color, people who live in poverty, indigenous people, and on the ecosystems on which they all rely. But there's still this opportunity, if we want there to move into sort of a discussion of resistance, and not just enabling people to bounce back, but catalyzing those people to bounce forward and create something new that's better than what we had before. So moving back momentarily to the research that we did in small scale fisheries, we paid a lot of attention to the factors that enabled people, that prepared people to respond and be resilient and adapt and change their supply chain and fill in the gaps where the global seafood system faltered. And we found a mix of things. And I think all of these are entry points for policy. All of these are leverage points. If we're thinking about creating circumstances moving forward to the future crises and catastrophes related to climate that we can expect on our coasts, these are the areas that seemed really important during the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I would put to you that these are also the areas that are important to build, for preparing other communities. If we want to not just help communities weather the storm and get through the challenge, but if we want to enable communities to actually create change in so doing. And so there were some aspects of society, some things that were outside of people's control, access to capital, policies that either made it easier or harder for some fishers to adapt, the availability of a workforce, and which was really interesting because people were not working. And if you were able to come along with a working opportunity that paid well, that really benefited people. And we're going to continue to see that, I think, in this sort of new labor movement that's emerged. Social factors were really important for people's ability to respond and adapt and do something different. Their existing networks, their access to networks to learn from other people who were doing interesting things, their relationships with existing markets, with restaurants, with consumers, the trust that was a part of those, really important, and made a big difference between the people who were able to respond effectively to COVID-19 in fisheries and those who were not. And then also at the individual level, and people's willingness to be flexible. If they were drawing from a culture of flexibility in livelihoods and of fishing, this made a big difference. And also values. It wasn't just that these fishers had existing marketing arrangements with and the capacity and the website and the Twitter account to, that made it possible for them to direct market their seafood instead of selling it into the global system. The values here of these individual operators who work in, when I say alternative seafood networks, what that means is they're explicitly trying to create a seafood system that's different than the large scale industrial one with which they compete. They're focusing on fishing in season, fishing that is sustainable, fishing as a livelihood that produces good wages and good work, fishing that cares for the environment, fishing that is engaged in ecological stewardship. Those values actually really mattered in how people responded and adapted to the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, it wasn't just people starting to sell door to door, it was people selling door to door, recognizing that they had to be really careful about their prices because the people they were going to sell to might have been out of a job. Their employer might have been closed because of lockdown measures. It was people keeping seafood moving so they had space in their freezers for the new catch by saying, here's this existing school food program. Nobody's at school anymore, but what about those kids at home? If they were relying on school food assistance at school, how do we move our seafood to them when they're at home? The values drove the response, and the values drove a response that was not just resilient, but that changed the system in which they were operating in a positive way. So where am I going with this? Thinking about resilience and going from bouncing back to bouncing forward. And the premise I had earlier that I introduced at the beginning of this talk, that the coasts are going to be the nexus of the climate revolution, is that, you can't ever see tipping points. You can't, because until you pass them. And that's a premise of tipping points. But what you do know about tipping points is once you get close to them, once you get close to radical social changes, the resistance you feel to it is stronger than it ever has been before. And that's the lens through which I see the dramatic contrast of messages at COP26. The really riveting and emotional calls for social justice, coupled with the platitudes and the delay tactics of so many governments. Resistance is strongest right before you reach the tipping point. Right before if you're Sisyphus pushing this rock up the hill, right before you reach the top. And so I look around at coastal communities that are facing these challenges, and there's no doubt that even in a 1.5 world, which I'm telling you is still possible if we push for it, changes are going to happen. And those changes are going to impact communities. And the question is, how do we enable those communities to control and steer and respond to those changes in a generative way? And because all around that organization, as evidence that radical change is closer than we think. And so if we take the lessons that we've learned from how people have effectively responded to crises in other cases, in other coastal situations, and apply those to the policy actions that we promote, to the ways that we try to support communities, to the new nonprofits we create that try to build relationships between coastal communities, that's what it takes to respond differently. And so I'll just sort of conclude here by talking about what that looks like. That means there's already, one of the challenges that often people face when they think about responding to climate change is they think we're still at the starting line. They think, a lot of people worry that we're still at the start of creating radical changes in society, and we're not. That's a starting line fallacy. There are seeds of change all over the world in coastal regions, programs that are trying to connect and empower women in fisheries, indigenous communities recovering their coastal food production traditions, a really amazing cooperative of women oyster farmers in the Gambia, for example, has been very successful. There's pictures here of Fishing for Success and Girls Who Fish in Newfoundland and Labrador. There are seeds of change all over. And Ricardo Levins Morales, who is an artist and an activist, has a wonderful pamphlet on activism where he notes, you have to tend to the seeds and the soil. The things that I identified earlier, the conditions that enabled fishers to adapt, that's the soil. Building the networks, fostering the relationships, creating the opportunity for these seeds of innovation to grow. If we put our attention there, I think we're going to see a world full of changes that are really interesting, really encouraging, really generative. And so I'll just leave you with one quote from Ricardo from his painting called Volcano. And earlier, I think it was mentioned that I have a podcast called the Second Transition Podcast, and in 2 weeks, I'm actually interviewing him on that podcast. But this piece by Ricardo is really wonderful. It says, power comes from below, from the hidden places where it gathers, until discovering itself, it blazes into view, lighting the sky and reshaping the landscape, sweeping away barriers that it seemed would stand forever. So that's the thought I want to end this conversation on. I thank you very much for listening. And if you are interested in more of my work, the Second Transition Podcast is available on any platform that you use. And my book, Finding Our Niche, is available wherever books are sold. And I would love with that to take some questions if we have a little bit of time.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation. Continually so impressed. Anyway, there's a great question here in the chat. I'll read it out loud. So what policies have to be in place to allow people to bounce forward? Is this something that is by definition going to come from the ground up as opposed to the top down?
It's a great question. And, there's no one size fits all answer for policy that enables people to create change. But what I can tell you is that when people are constantly coping, when people are constantly on their back foot because of food insecurity or poverty or marginalization, when you're solving the day-to-day problems, there's very little room or opportunity to do something different, right? And so whatever policies you can implement to alleviate some of the existing pressure so people can put some of their innovation and ideas and energy and passion and vision into something different in the future, that makes a big difference. And then the other thing, because absolutely, as was the sentiment of that painting by Morales, it does come from below. Daniel Quinn, an author who I always admired, always said, politicians are always the last. They're an emergent phenomenon. They reflect the people. Very rarely are they the ones who lead. And so for me, motivating change from the ground up is about community. It's about relationships, building trust and sharing ideas. And even though the challenges that we're up against seem so large, there's two things. There's the starting line fallacy that we may be closer than we think. And then there's they're not too big to solve, right? Complex problems don't necessarily require complex solutions. Incremental change is only incremental until it's not, until all of a sudden you've passed that tipping point and everybody is doing something a little different. So there's not one answer to that. Hopefully that kind of answers the question though.
Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of some of the things that our keynote yesterday was talking about, working in disaster management, kind of how, you know, there are certain communities that just get like trapped in a cycle of recovery. And so much of it is going to be kind of like releasing people from that burden so that we can sort of like push through.
Exactly.
Does anyone else have any questions? Any questions from the Phil, would you like to make a final comment?
Just, you know, I'll just sort of reiterate that you know, the change, just that, you know, change may be closer than we think. And how would your strategies for pushing for whatever change it is you're interested in change? How would you adapt them if you knew that it was right there? It was, these were not setbacks. They were evidence that we're really close. Because I think we are.
We are too. Definitely something big coming. Thank you again so much for this presentation. Again, to the people that have joined me. We do have information available on the website. So again, you know, please follow up on these people and their work. And thank you again for joining us.
Thanks.
Awesome. I'm going to promote our keynote speaker, Dr. Kelsey Leonard, to a panelist. And then we can get started. Okay. Hi, Kelsey. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. If you'd like to, okay, yeah, your screen's on. Awesome. So we can get started with your introduction, and then you can take it from there. Does that sound good?
Wonderful. Yep, I've got screen sharing privileges, so we're good.
Awesome. So James and I will start off with a brief introduction. So hello, everyone, and welcome to our second keynote presentation of the second day of the MIT Water Summit. It's my honor to introduce Dr. Kelsey Leonard. She is a Canada Research Chair in Indigenous Waters, Climate and Sustainability, and an assistant professor in the Faculty of Environment at the University of Waterloo, where her research focuses on Indigenous water justice, its climatic, territorial, and governance underpinnings. Dr. Leonard seeks to establish Indigenous traditions of water conservation as the foundation for international water policymaking.
Dr. Leonard has been instrumental in safeguarding the interests of Indigenous nations for environmental planning and builds Indigenous science and knowledge into new solutions for water governance and sustainable oceans. In collaboration with a global team of water law scholars, Dr. Leonard has published in Lewis and Clark Law Review on Indigenous water justice and the defining international legal principle of self-determination under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So we're really excited to have you today. I guess I'll just, pass it off.
Wonderful. Thank you both. It's important to be off mute. I think that was the word of the year, right, for the pandemic. So thank you, everyone. I'm really excited to be here with you. I'm going to share my slides, so give me one moment. Okay, there we go. So it's really wonderful to be here with all of you for the 2021 MIT Water Summit, looking at coastal cities and ecosystems. I was invited to speak today about our relationship to water as an Indigenous person, a Shinnecock woman, which I'll speak to in a moment. But I particularly wanted to focus in our conversation around sea level rise and the impact that sea level rise is currently having and will continue to have for tribal nations along the Eastern Atlantic coast on whose lands MIT now stands. So if you are interested in following along with today's conversation on Twitter, you can tweet me at my handle at Kelsey T. Leonard, or if today's conversation sparks further questions and opportunities for discussion for you, please feel free to reach out to me there as well. So our conversation today is shaped in a few ways. I want to introduce myself to you and to my home territory, or my home territory to you. I want to talk a little bit about a framework called ocean justice, then look at the impacts of sea level rise for tribal nations and how that has direct connections to the experiences of water insecurity and water stress facing tribal nations along the Atlantic coast currently. And then we'll take a look at what are some of the adaptation strategies that have been put forward to address water insecurity in the context of sea level rise, and hopefully look at pathways for innovative solutions to be more culturally appropriate for communities along the coast. So as I mentioned earlier, and was mentioned in my bio, I am a citizen of the Shinnecock Nation. Our territory is located on the east end of Long Island in what is currently known as New York. Traditionally, our territory and our homelands and waters are all of the eastern portion of what is now known as Long Island, what we often refer to as Paumanok. But today, our land base has been severely limited, encroached upon, stolen, diminished to our existing territory, which is still our ancestral lands of what we call the Neck, which is a peninsula surrounded on three sides by water of Shinnecock Bay. And then on the other portion of the bay is a barrier island and the Atlantic Ocean. So we are a coastal Algonquin tribal nation located again in the eastern sort of southern New England region. And we have real experiences of climate change, of sea level rise. And it's not some imaginary future of 2030, 2050, 2100, although those have real implications for the types of climate experiences we'll face in the future. We already are experiencing devastating impacts from climate change. And we know this because of our robust knowledge as Indigenous peoples existing in this part of the world for millennia. And so we really understand too that as Indigenous peoples, we are directly connected to the water. We are fisher people. We have traditionally harvested shellfish in particular, like quahogs and whelks, as you can see here. And throughout our conversation today, you will see that in harvesting these shellfish, we use all parts of our mollusk relatives and have actually created a wonderful form of diplomacy called wampum diplomacy through carving quahog and whelk shells into wampum beads that you see here pictured. And many of those beads were formed into treaty belts and constitute some of the first transboundary water treaties that exist now within North America. And so the connection between water and sea and ocean is innate, inherent for us as Shinnecock people, which in our language means people of the shore. So when folks often ask me, how did you get into water science, to water policy, to thinking about the ways in which we make decisions about and for water, I say, it really is inherent to my identity as a Shinnecock person, being a shore protector, being a person of where water meets land and really defined by that coastal interaction. And so it brings us to questions of justice. I've mentioned how we are already facing the impacts of climate change. I've mentioned how that has, maybe you've sensed a mentioning of how that has diverse implications depending on the communities that you are a part of and come from. And I think some of your earlier speakers over the past 2 days have also drawn us in to that reality, to the disparities of reality of the experiences of climate injustice that are present in our world today. But I want to take a moment to pause about this word that we often use called justice, to really reflect on what it means and also who it's for. Often within Western constructions of law, justice is positioned as something that is only for the benefit of humans. But I think within our Indigenous legal systems, within our Shinnecock conceptualization of law and of justice, justice is not only for humans, but for our non-human relatives as well, inclusive of the water and ocean. And that brings us to contemporary conceptualizations of ocean justice. And I want to sort of trace the way in which this framework has evolved. And I love to point to the work of Dr. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson, who first said that ocean justice is where ocean conservation and social justice intersect. If we think about where water is the most polluted, who gets impacted by storms, who is most dependent on the ocean and suffers when there's overfishing, it often is poor communities and communities of color along the coastline. When we think about ocean conservation, it can't just be for the spots in front of fancy resorts or the homes of wealthy individuals. We should also be thinking about not just who bears the brunt of the impacts on the ocean, but who gets the benefit when we do take care of it. And I go even further to say that these disproportionalities of ocean injustice are not solely centered on human communities, but on the ocean itself and the ocean ecosystems that are hurting currently due to anthropogenic induced climate change. And so as we think about ocean justice and we sort of trace the evolution of this framework from what Dr. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson says to what I have positioned in some of my work, is that there also is a unique positionality of Indigenous perspectives on ocean justice. Particularly from an Indigenous perspective, we note that ocean justice is concerned with the recognitional, procedural, distributional, and restorative advancement of justice for ocean well-being. Recognizing that ocean restoration is human restoration. We are connected. In the context of Indigenous peoples and tribal nations, advancement of Indigenous ocean justice ensures that tribal nations are recognized as rights holders with sovereignty in marine environments, that we are leaders in decision-making and co-management of shared ocean resources, that we are also equitable beneficiaries of ocean benefits and not bearers of disproportionate burden due to ocean uses, and that we are empowered to fulfill responsibilities of ocean kinship and stewardship to the ocean so that it may exist, thrive, and naturally evolve. And so I bring you back now to my home community, to the Shinnecock Nation. This portion of satellite imagery is from NOAA's sea level rise simulator, and you are seeing here what we call the Shinnecock Neck, or a neck portion of our existing territory. Again, a peninsula surrounded on three sides by water of the Shinnecock Bay, with a barrier island and the Atlantic Ocean just across. And I want you to embrace this visual to then see in a few moments what it will look like under sea level rise projections and how that has direct implications for how we understand ocean justice and particularly ocean injustices that are facing Indigenous peoples like my own nation. So this is the sea level rise simulator under projections of both conservative and then high-end level projections. We estimate that under conservative projections, so even if we were to have the greatest amount of emissions reductions possible right now, our nation is still likely to see about 2 feet of sea level rise over the next 100 years. And so we are definitely going to see in the future an inundation of our lands due to sea level rise. And that's what's pictured here in the red. So this is what we are currently grappling with, already having faced through major storms like Superstorm Sandy in 2012, other hurricane systems and other storm surge events. We're already seeing erosion of our land that has diminished the neck from what it was 100 years ago to even 200 years ago. But we are likely now going to see a further inundation of that land. So the areas in dark red are likely to be lost to inundation. Then if we're under the high-end level projections of we maintain the status quo and we don't curb our emissions and sea levels rise to those higher end level projections, we are likely to see inundation to the yellow portion, which would likely amount to about 2/3 of land loss for our existing nation. And this isn't just us, right? I've clipped the image here to show you our tribal territory. But this is communities throughout the world, and particularly along the Atlantic coast, that are facing the potential loss of land, inundation of land, and a drastic reshaping of how we understand our coastal identities in future decades because of sea level rise. And so what we are noticing here as well, if we turn to former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, he states that climate change does not respect borders. It does not respect who you are, rich and poor, small and big. Therefore, this is what we call global challenges, which require global solidarity. What is happening currently to my nation in the context of sea level rise, it is not something that's happening in isolation, as I mentioned earlier. We are a part of a larger coastal community of cities and ecosystems around the world that are facing the impacts of sea level rise currently and into the future. And so we should not be divided by these imagined borders, but rather brought together by the water itself and by these challenges to understand that we have greater opportunity for solutions if we work together and we build more opportunities for solidarity. And so again, this is something that is not just happening to tribes throughout the Atlantic coast, but it's happening across communities. But what we will note from what Dr. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson said earlier in the context of ocean justice, although sea level rise is indiscriminatory in its path, what we see is a compound stress of existing systemic disparities, making sea level rise impacts worse for some communities compared to others because of these systemic injustices of racism and social injustice that have already been present and prevalent throughout the Atlantic coast. But let's take a moment and look at the science. So sea levels could rise in the region by as much as 6.9 feet by 2100. This was a projection study done by COP in 2020, not the Convention of Parties, but by a scientist, KOPP. Now, as Indigenous peoples, we also recognize that living along the Atlantic coast for millennia, sea level rise is not something new. It is something that has been existent within our ecosystems and environment for centuries and millennia. And we have unique adaptation strategies through which to address and exist and relate to these rising seas. What is different now is the frequency of the rate of that rise, which doesn't give us the luxury of time to be able to adapt. So if we look at what COP says in their study, through 2050, under a sort of status quo, regardless of emissions, even if we were to do our best attempt at mitigating emissions, we are likely still going to see a 2 feet of rise throughout the region. And then even under moderate emissions, if we look sort of to trying to do our best, but maybe still faltering here and there, given the way in which this is a global challenge connected to a lot of political scales, we are likely still to see under a moderate emissions projection, a 1.4 foot rise by 2050 in the region and a 3.3 feet rise by 2100 in the region. Beyond 2050, so getting into some of the projections that have scales to around 2100, we could see under a moderate emissions projection, a high end rise of 2.6 feet by 2050 and 6.9 feet by 2100. So again, sea level rise in our communities along the Atlantic is already here. It's not going away. The question is the level of rise that we will be faced with and the types of adaptation strategies that are necessary to meet that rise. So what are some of the potential impacts of sea level rise for tribal nations? And how does this potentially impact our water resources? Well, I've said a lot about tribal nations along the Atlantic coast, and unfortunately, due to a dilapidated education system across the United States, very many people aren't actually aware of the tribal nations in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. So I present this map to you, adapted from the United South and Eastern Tribes Northeastern resiliency map of tribal nations to highlight some of the federally recognized tribes that exist in the Eastern region. So coming from about what we may now know as a Virginia border up to the Gulf of Maine. There's more than 30 federally recognized tribes in this region, with additional state recognized tribal communities, so those communities in a government to government relationship with state governments, as well as unrecognized indigenous communities, those that may not have a political relationship with a state or federal entity. And then in addition to that, large urban centers of indigenous populations, from Boston to Washington, D.C. to New York City, having some of the largest urban indigenous populations in North America and particularly the United States. So when we think about sea level rise impacts in this Eastern region for tribal nations, we're noting that we are seeing increased flooding. We're seeing the potential and already existing permanent inundation of tribal coastal areas, wetland loss and migration, saltwater intrusion, drinking water contamination, as well as impacts to cultural resources. Today, I want to focus though, because we don't have the luxury of time to do a deeper dive into all of these impacts, I want to focus on drinking water contamination. So tribal nations face distinct challenges to water security given sea level rise threats. And you might be asking yourself, well, what are some of those threats that we're noticing as consistent stressors of water insecurity for tribal nations along the Atlantic? Well, one is infrastructure. We have massive infrastructure bills being put through Congress right now. And so it's not necessarily a stress that is unique to tribes, but we do have, we share in the dilapidated state of infrastructure across the United States when it comes to water delivery as well as wastewater management. So on an infrastructure side, in addition, we haven't seen the same level of capital investments in water infrastructure in tribal nations along the Eastern region as other communities have seen in the East. So we're even a little bit further behind than the already behind existing Eastern infrastructure in relation to water delivery and wastewater management. We also are seeing impacts due to population growth, which is wonderful. We were faced with the genocidal impacts of US imperialism and colonialism. The attempt by presidents and subsequent leaders of the United States to exterminate us, whether through physical violence or residential boarding schools or other assimilationist practices. And so now that we see that we have population growth, we see that a lot of our population is under the age of 18. That is wonderful. Indigenous peoples are having babies, and that's great. What is challenging is that we do not have enough land to support those growing populations due to colonialism and due to the existing land tenure system that exists for tribes in the United States. And so you couple that, that is already an dilapidated land tenure system that had systemic injustices inherent within it due to colonialism, with climate change and the loss of land due to sea level rise and inundation due to flooding, with population growth, and it becomes an even more complex, wicked problem. We also see that we have impacts to indigenous water security in the region due to flooding and storm surge. So big flooding, storm surge events that impact groundwater supply, which is the main source, water source supply for drinking water, potable water access for tribal nations throughout the Atlantic coast. So in those flooding and storm surge events, we can see saltwater intrusion occur in the groundwater table. We can also see contamination from excessive nutrients that may be in coastal water areas, and then through that surge leach into groundwater supplies. And then in addition to all of that, in terms of water security, water security not solely being centered on what is needed for humans, but also what is needed for the natural world, we are concerned with wastewater. We have a lot of septic or cesspool tanks throughout the eastern portion of the United States. Much of indigenous wastewater systems are based within those tank-based systems situated within ground and are very much at risk in the context of flooding and storm surge due to wastewater overflow from those mass precipitation events or surge events. And then that wastewater, that effluent, those nutrients leach into local ecosystems, creating more complex problems in terms of whether that be algae blooms or other types of pollution and contamination of local waterways. And so this also then becomes a cyclical problem where all of these different types of stressors are interconnected and grow exponentially because of that interrelationality. So what do we do? My hope is to leave you less with doom and gloom and more with hope. Generally, when we look at sea level rise adaptation, we look to adaptation frameworks to inform us of potential strategies and approaches to tackle the pressing crisis of sea level rise. So what are some of these SLR adaptation frameworks, and how do they position strategies for communities of color, for Indigenous communities, for diverse communities to adapt to the pressing changes that we're seeing within the environment? Well, here is one example of an adaptation strategy framework for sea level rise. Some of the approaches that have been put forward historically include items like planned retreat, which is sort of moving built infrastructure away from the sea. Other principles like accommodate, which might mean to change the built infrastructure so that it can allow for the fluctuations in water in sea level. There's also new and emerging strategies like protect, which include building hard defenses, soft defenses, things like seawalls, etc. And then there's a newer principle called attack, which actually works to reclaim the seabed through land building out and sort of the pushing and sort of reclamation of new land areas through different types of measures. And so what we see in this process is something you may have noticed, that it kind of seems like these are very generic adaptation strategies. They don't seem to have a lot of detail or specifics to local communities or to local contexts. And when I was looking at these adaptation strategies, they didn't seem to resonate or have any connection to Indigenous knowledge, to the millennia of knowledge that Indigenous peoples have about living in this part of the world, the Atlantic seaboard, and the way in which we have developed strategies historically and contemporarily to address sea level rise. And so I was curious within the literature as to why this was the case. Why do we have so few adaptation frameworks that are locally designed and context specific? And I was turned to the work of Marino, who in 2018 suggested that these existing frameworks actually represent adaptation oppression, which they highlight centers Western scientific and cultural biases in the limited adaptation options present in existing frameworks. And Marino also pulls from other literature by Hardy et al. From 2017, who said that and underscored that existing processes for developing response strategies to climate change represent what they call colorblind adaptation planning that overlook racial inequality and systemic racism in environmental governance institutions. So it's really coming to terms with the fact that adaptation frameworks cannot be generic. They cannot exist in a one-size-fits-all scenario, because that overlooks the systemic injustices still present in our society that make sea level rise experiences of sea level rise different for different bodies across the seaboard. And so if we take another look back at some of these adaptation measures like protect, accommodate, retreat, avoid, and attack, what we also noticed in reviewing these strategies is that the language is very militarized and combative. And that may be an intellectual legacy of how these frameworks emerge through institutions like the Army Corps of Engineers, which is based within a military institution. We also noted that the adaptation measures didn't really show any cultural connections, and the design aesthetic didn't link to Indigenous design in the context of how could these adaptation measures be applied, or would they even be applied in an Indigenous context. And so that really started us to think about, how are some of these challenges limiting the ability to be a catalyst for behavior change, because you create these frameworks to inspire local community members to change their behaviors so that they can adapt to changing seas. But if the design, if the language, if the culture is not there, then it doesn't inspire people to act. And that is a big breakdown in how we are potentially failing to build capacity and resiliency across coastal communities. So we came together and put forward a theoretical perspective on a new type of framework called the Wampum Adaptation Framework, specific to Eastern coastal tribal nations and their experiences of sea level rise impacts on water security. It's an open access article, so you're welcome to go and read more if after today it sparks a little bit more curiosity for you, given that we won't have the full time to flesh out all of the items of the framework and the article. But what we've put forward is the Wampum Framework, as pictured here, which puts forward the following principles. As I mentioned earlier, it builds off of the historic relationship we have to wampum, being a seminal aspect of our understanding of our relationality to water, to the ocean, to diplomacy, and to our responsibility as humanity to the natural world, and to how we live in a good and right way, and also how we learn to live with water. And so these principles that are formed include witness, acknowledge, mend, protect, unite, and move. And so I want to do a deeper dive into the principles, particularly focusing today on mend. However, if you want to learn more about the others and the ways in which they're already being implemented by tribal nations along the Atlantic, I please encourage you to go and read the paper. So the witness principle stands for witness warnings from human and non-human relations and follow the patterns of the natural world. Oftentimes as humans, we put forward a level of superiority in how we develop adaptation strategies and mitigation strategies to climate change, when in reality, the natural world may have solutions already present and prevalent for us to learn from if we only took the time to observe, to witness. Sometimes this is called biomimicry and other types of engineering practice. And so that is largely built with an indigenous conceptualization of adaptation, to understand first what the natural world is saying to us and build from there. The next principle is acknowledge. Acknowledge traditional teachings and restore cultural stewardship practices. I mentioned earlier that through systemic injustices and the legacy of colonialism and genocide along the United States, these types of practices and the incorporation of indigenous knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, has largely been violently prohibited or legislatively prohibited in the past 100 years, if not longer, along the Atlantic seaboard. And so we're now starting to see a resurgence. We actually just had the White House host the Tribal Nations Summit yesterday, and announced an executive order for the federal agencies to now work towards incorporating indigenous knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge throughout their work. And so we are starting to see a policy shift in the United States, but we still have so much further to go to realizing the immense amount of benefits that traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge have to advancing our scientific practice. The next principle is mend. This is the one I want to spend a little bit more time on with you today. And it's called Mend the Shoreline and Practice Healing for Coastal and Environmental Sovereignty. And it really is leaning in to nature-based solutions. I often call them indigenous-based solutions, about healing, about fulfilling our inherent responsibilities in the gift that we were given to be born onto this planet, of nurturing our relationship and connection to the natural world through restoration, through stewardship, through connection. And so there are two examples I want to highlight, one from my own nation. This is an image taken after shoreline restoration that was done along the Shinnecock coastline, where we prioritized our indigenous knowledge and we addressed some of the shoreline erosion that we had experienced after Superstorm Sandy in 2012, as I mentioned earlier. And I mentioned to you earlier that in our language, Shinnecock means people of the shore. More specifically, it means people of the stony shore. So in restoration of the shoreline, we included boulders and additional stones throughout the shoreline to reduce wave energy and reduce a decline in shoreline erosion. We also planted different types of seagrasses. As I mentioned earlier, we're well known for our aquaculture. And so we did seedings of oysters, quahogs, other shellfish to allow for greater water quality enhancements throughout the shoreline. And so all of this was a practice in creating what many call today a living shoreline. But it's more than that. It's recognizing that the shore itself is alive, is a living entity, is a relation that we have a responsibility to protect. And so it was putting that ancestral knowledge of who we are as Shinnecock people back into the land and water. And we're not alone. A neighboring tribe down in the Delmarva region, the Pamunkey Indian tribe, also a nation that exists on a peninsula, has created a living shoreline. They're located on the outskirts of King William County, and they also have been facing inundation related to rising water levels in their territory, and have been trying to reduce that shoreline erosion through different types of living shoreline activities, including different types of plant seedings and other types of reseedings that lean in to their traditional knowledge as Pamunkey people, including some mollusk restoration as well. And so that leads us from the MEND principle into the protect principle, which is to protect future generations by protecting cultural sites and ancestors. I mentioned that as Indigenous people along the Atlantic seaboard, we have been living in these spaces and places for millennia. We have stories and knowledge of existing and having fishing village sites and other types of village sites, seasonal sites, and what is now the outer continental shelf, which is subsumed by water. So we have these experiences of sea level rise, of now having grave sites and cultural sites that are submerged and underwater. And so as we look to the future and how do we protect future generations, we have to not only think about those existing submerged sites and how do we protect them moving forward as seas continue to rise, but how do we protect future sites that may not be able to be relocated? How do we protect those existing grave sites, cultural sites, sacred sites, as they begin to be inundated by water? How do we learn to live with the water and still maintain that connectivity to protecting those ancestors, those cultural sites, so that future generations can maintain and steward that connection now and in perpetuity? And then the next principle we look at is unite. Unite with other communities to build capacity and plan relocation. There's wonderful work that United South and Eastern Tribes, intertribal organization throughout the Eastern Seaboard, has been doing to bring tribes together to learn from their successes in building climate change adaptation strategies, as well as from their challenges, so that they can scale up resources to build that capacity and resiliency in learning from one another and building out best practices. But it's not just unite as Indigenous peoples, it's also recognizing, to what Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said earlier that I shared with you, that these are global challenges that require global solidarity. As Indigenous peoples, we may be the miner's canary, but what befalls us will eventually befall the rest of the world. And so hopefully, as we build, share our knowledge of how to adapt and build strategies for addressing sea level rise, others will learn from those strategies. And we too can learn from the strategies of others who are working in this space and trying to think about what our futures look like amongst rising seas. The last principle that I want to focus on as we round out our time and move into a question and answer session is move. The move principle stands for move to new places with cultural connections and rebuild. However, this principle, of all the ones put forward in the Wampum framework, is one that may be the most aspirational because of existing systemic ocean injustices that make it almost impossible for this principle to be implemented. So what do I mean by that? Well, a new paper by Farrell et al. Featuring a wonderful Potawatomi scholar, Dr. Kyle White, as well in the author list, came out recently. I believe it was this week or maybe last week. titled The Effects of Land Dispossession and Forced Migration on Indigenous Peoples in North America. In this study, they found that Indigenous land density and spread has been reduced by nearly 99%. So we have lost, due to forced migration and displacement as a result of colonialism and genocide, nearly 99% of our original land holdings since first contact. They also note in this study that the lands to which we have been forcibly migrated or reduced to in the context of my own nation, like Shinnecock, are more vulnerable to climate change. Our wealthy neighbors in the towns of Southampton and East Hampton and Bridgehampton, their houses are above sea level. And yet we are placed on a peninsula daily threatened by water on three sides. And so there is this systemic injustice that is reverberating across generations because of colonialism. So we now face a future dispossession. Due to climate change, a recent study and op-ed in the New York Times highlighted that dispossessed again, climate change hits Native Americans especially hard, being forced into some of the most undesirable Americas, first by white settlers, then by the government. Now, even our existing land holdings that were seen as sort of the undesirable marginal lands are becoming uninhabitable. And on the Atlantic coast, we don't have the ability to move. I don't think the Hamptons neighbors want to give up their property. And so we need to think of new legislative fixes that allow for Indigenous peoples and other communities to relocate with dignity. And as Indigenous peoples, as a Shinnecock person, I should not be forced to relocate to an area that I have no cultural connection to, where I cannot steward my cultural and ceremonial practices as my ancestors have before me. That is not relocation with dignity. That is a violation of international law and the rights of Indigenous peoples protected therein within that law. And so I want to summarize what I've shared with you today. Sea level rise presents increased risk to coastal communities with vast implications for regional security. Global sea level rise adaptation frameworks fail to include Indigenous peoples and knowledges in the development of those strategies. That needs to change. I hope that the wampum framework resonates with communities throughout the Atlantic, maybe around the world. But it's in its design. It was to be local and context specific to the tribal nations of the Eastern region. My hope, even more so than it resonating with others, is that it inspires you as future practitioners and scientists and engaged citizens to build your own adaptation frameworks, to think about what is the design aesthetic and the science communication praxis needed to inspire behavior change. And hopefully, in developing more localized and context-specific strategies like the wampum framework, we can start to achieve more recognizable instances of ocean justice globally. And so as we transition to the Q&A, I want to leave you with the words of a great mentor who said, we're all born of water. We're all connected with the water. We're all related in that way. Even though we're not related by blood, we're related by water. So water is very precious for us. These were the words of the late Nokomis Josephine Mandamin-Ba, an Anishinaabe Kwe from Aquemican First Nation, who oftentimes is known as the original water walker, a woman who gave of her life for the protection of water. And I share these words because I hope it inspires us not to see sea level rise as a coastal hazard, but as an opportunity for us to build global solidarity, to learn to live with water and respect the inherent rights of the ocean. And so it begs a question of what is citizenship for us? Well, Merriam-Webster defines it as the qualities that a person is expected to have as a responsible member of a community. And I would go so far as to say that we need to reimagine what it means to be water citizens, to be citizens for the water, for the ocean, to be citizens of coastal communities that need to be inspired to adapt so that we all may thrive alongside ocean well-being. So my hope for you is that you feel inspired, that maybe something in today resonated with you for your own call to action, that you take this information and rise like the ocean to address the most pressing challenges of our time. Tabutni, thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. I am from New York City. I've been to the area where the Shinnecock Bay many times. So it's really great to hear from you and get the perspective from someone from the Shinnecock Nation. So thank you again for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Let's see. I'm sorry, Autumn, do you want to read some of these questions and I'll maybe move somewhere else?
I can get started with one question from the audience. Someone asked, what actions would you like to see from state and local governments to assist in adaptation?
Oh, that's a really great question. So at the state and local government level, I think across all scales of government, there's definitely the opportunity to create migration funds, to allow for there to be relocation funds for communities to relocate with dignity. I think we need more access to capital for communities that have been economically disenfranchised to support those efforts for relocation, or even developing new adaptation strategies that might allow for communities to stay in place, whatever that may look like for them. So I think, having more targeted investments and creating access to capital across governments is important. I also think that state governments, in the way in which they manage their own land tenure systems, could create avenues that enable and empower tribal nations to relocate and to be able to have that dignity and the ability for their populations to grow and to be safe in that growth. And so I think it is a part of having broader conversations. Do I think that may happen? I think there's a lot of things that have to happen as precursors to that, which include potentially modern treaty agreements that allow for greater recognition of tribal sovereignty by state entities. And then that also could come from the federal level. I think if we want migration dignity, climate refugee dignity to be standardized, to be equitable across the board, I do think that there is a need for federal legislation, because I think if left in the hands of states and local governments, I think it would be a game of hot potato. And I don't know that we would see the immediacy of the crisis addressed in the near term. It would take years, if not decades, I think, to come to a collaborative solution.
Great answer. So I actually have a question. So I know that your paper regarding the wampum framework is very new, but I'm wondering what your vision is to engage Indigenous peoples and actually implementing this framework, and how you plan to connect with not only the Shinnecock nations, but other nations across the US.
Yes, so for the wampum framework itself, we've actually been sharing it through different types of tribal organizations, and some of them have been conferences. So we've gotten a lot of outreach through those forums for discussion about the framework, and I think others are looking to build from it, to adapt it within their own local context, which is important. Our hope, though, within the context of Eastern tribal nations, is to work collaboratively with them to build out more aspects of the principles in how they're being implemented, and the different types of approaches that they're taking within each of those principles. So the paper highlights some already existing measures, but we know that there are so many more out there, and probably potential future innovations that they would like to highlight. So our hope right now, we have a few opportunities that we're actually working with tribes to partner on, so that they can design the types of research that they want to see in how the wampum framework is taken forward, and how they want to see it utilized to assess their adaptation strategies or to inform how they might create new adaptation strategies. That looks really different depending on each tribal community. It might be community workshops, it might be scenario modeling, it might be working with elders and having them inform both from a historical as well as futuristic perspective what they would like to see. So our hope, though, is that it's collaborative, but our intent is that the wampum framework, as it was designed, stays for those communities along the Eastern Atlantic, but we hope that others will be inspired to create their own.
Awesome. Thank you for that very detailed answer. So we have another question from the audience members that they ask, how can non-Indigenous communities engage with the adaptation principles that you highlighted?
So that's actually another area that we are also looking to promote. I think when we initially conceived of the framework, it was sort of Indigenous-led research for Indigenous peoples, but it has resonated with so many individuals outside of Indigenous communities, and we love that. So we're looking to partner with other entities. We've had some outreach from local governments, from some state governments, from some regional organizations that may want to think about how they can adjust their existing adaptation strategies to be more culturally informed based on the Indigenous knowledge systems within their region. And we would wholly support that and work to partner with that through my lab, the Wampum Lab at the University of Waterloo, to move that forward. So we're hopeful that we'll see more of that in the future. But the Wampum Lab, although Indigenous designed and made for Indigenous peoples, we would love to see it applied in other contexts in a respectful manner, and hopefully done so in partnership with the local Indigenous peoples that those non-Indigenous peoples are neighboring.
Maybe just like a follow-up on that thought, then do you see a way within sort of some of these kind of like current coastal adaptation frameworks, do you see a way to kind of like decolonize some of this language and some of what's existing, or do you more see that we kind of have to rethink things completely?
I think it's a mixture, but definitely it needs to happen. I feel like from the conversations I've had following the literature that came out of Marino and Hardy, and now with the conceptualization of the wampum framework, when we share it, the first thing that people say is, wow, that resonates with me. And I didn't actually even realize that this was an existing problem. I didn't realize that the reason I wasn't feeling connected and inspired to adapt was because the science communication was off. The design aesthetic was off. It wasn't informed by culturally relevant principles of knowledge that I have as a lived experience person being on the Atlantic coast. And so I'm hopeful that just raising the consciousness of our region to the fact that we may need to rethink, as you mentioned, the language that we use to think about justice principles and how we put forward adaptation measures will create a new legacy in the future where we are using different language. Even, I didn't mention it today, but if you even look at that adaptation strategy, there's more literature in this in the climate justice context of the language we use around climate change being very gendered, being very male oriented. And so thinking, having all of these principles of justice come into our consciousness in being purposeful in how we select language, how we select design, and how we select communication strategies is important to embracing the general public and valuing their lived experience for adapting to climate change.
Thank you. I can take another question from the audience. So what are ways we can institutionalize this engagement and these engagement frameworks so that they will continue to be a part of decision-making progress across the country?
Oh, that's a really, really great question. I think there's a citizen engagement aspect, right? Which is to raise it in your town hall meetings, in your state assessment meetings, in the forums through which you are currently engaged, is to just raise consciousness, both about Indigenous knowledge and the inclusion of Indigenous knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge in climate adaptation strategies, but also other people's knowledge, to make sure that there are diverse voices present in the room, and those actually impacted by climate change are the ones designing the strategies to adapt, because oftentimes that's not the case. And so I think getting outside of the the ivy walls of academic institutions is also important in institutionalizing these frameworks and these principles for justice. That said, I also, maybe it's the legal scholar in me, I think there's a position through which the law has a very important and prominent role to play in how we institutionalize these frameworks through creative legislation, innovative legislation, if we might call it that. But I also think in how we conduct climate assessments. I think right now our citational practice and who we cite and what type of science gets cited in climate assessments is very male-oriented and of a particular ethnic background. And so I think we need to make sure that there are more diverse voices, more gender fluidity of voices that become present in climate assessments. And hopefully that also lends itself to the design aesthetics and the figures and the statistical graphs and other types of instrumentation being captured in assessments is reflective of a wider diaspora of knowledge systems.
Great, thank you. Autumn.
Yeah, we can take another question from the chat. So someone asked in the chat, how hopeful are you that we will see successful implementation of adaptation strategies in the next few years? Again, building on some of what we've already discussed.
Yes, I love that question. And I would say I wasn't hopeful before conceptualizing the wampum framework. I looked at the existing strategies and I was like, okay, well, where are we doing this and how are we doing it? And also, is it working? And I didn't get a clear answer to that. I got a lot of mixed messages. I got a lot of, well, we tried this, we tried these hard defenses, and yet we're still seeing, negative impacts to diverse communities throughout the region. And then after conceptualizing the wampum framework, where we started from a place of saying Indigenous peoples are absent from the conversation in how it's being described in the written record by sort of the larger literature, but we know they're doing really cool things. What are they doing? And so that's what's captured in the paper, and that's what informs the principles that were put forward, is actual on the ground action already taking place. So after conceptualizing this and capturing and documenting the work on the ground that's already being activated, I became much more hopeful. And I'm more hopeful moving forward that we will hopefully see more adaptation strategies and approaches to sea level rise and other climate concerns and crises for communities if we lean in to those grassroots activists and movements and the folks who are living with climate change. I think sometimes if we approach climate change from the aspect of four walls in an academic institution where maybe you don't even have windows and you don't see nature, like you're not on the front lines living with climate change. And I think we need to create more positions of power where those who actually have that lived experience shape the policies and the strategies at a regional, local, international, global level for all of us to learn from. So I am hopeful, but I think we still have a long way to go.
Again, a great answer. We do have one final question from our team chat. James, do you want to ask that? Or I think it's in the Q&A.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry, the room that I'm in just got a little noisy, but I guess another question is always sort of like the hard question. I'm wondering what a successful managed retreat would look like for your community, and whether there is a time, like, almost like excluding the other factors, like, is there a condition where you think, your community would kind of like make that decision for itself, and maybe what would that look like?
Well, I think first there's no one size fits all of, when managed retreat would be, when that decision point would occur for a community. I think it varies, and although we'd love to sort of create the bubble, there are all of these external factors that shape how these decisions are made. So it's kind of hard to make them in isolation. I'd say, speaking from my community, that's why the move principle is last. It's not just because it goes with, there are two M's in wampum, so we didn't put it, earlier on. It's last because it is a principle of last resort, I think, for many Indigenous communities, particularly for Shinnecock and for Eastern Algonquin tribal nations. We are not trying to move because for many of us, we are first contact tribes, and our lands are not lands that we were forcibly migrated to, but we are forcibly reduced to exist on now. So to lose them is to lose an ancestor. It is a very traumatic experience to not be able to have that land maintained for future generations. So at the point where we do have to make that decision, I think any types of supports and resources that can be put in place to make that transition occur with dignity and with reconciliation and recognition of the trauma that will entail, I think is important. And my hope is that if at any point in time that ever did occur, we would be able to rematriate land on the east end of Long Island for our community to be extended to.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously not something that anyone wants, but it is like more and more becoming a part of the conversation. And I feel like it's important that we figure out ways to do it as best as possible. Anyway, if we'd like to give you the opportunity to maybe make some closing thoughts.
Oh, well, thank you for the opportunity. It's been a wonderful almost evening to be in conversation with all of you. And I don't know that I have more closing thoughts than to maybe I'll leave you with something the water walkers always said, which is be like water. And I think that applies in how we understand our relationship to climate change, how we conceptualize climate hazards, is we need to be more like water and learn to live with water.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Yes, thank you. Awesome. So with our keynote for the day done, and we're approaching our last presentation, I'm gonna promote Grace and Laura, two panelists, and then turn things over to Adrian to introduce them.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, Adrian. Awesome.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and get the screen shared for your intros.
Sure. So I will introduce Dr. Grace Young and Laura Kroback. They're both here from Project Tidal at X, formerly known as Google X. Dr. Grace Young is a senior research engineer and lead scientist at X, which is Alphabet's Moonshot Factory, where her team is creating radical new technologies to protect the ocean while feeding humanity sustainably. An avid sailor, diver, and National Geographic explorer, Grace is passionate about developing tools to better understand, explore, and manage the ocean. She actually earned her undergraduate in mechanical and ocean engineering at MIT and received her PhD as a Marshall Scholar at the University of Oxford, working with both the Ocean Research and Conservation Group and the Active Vision Laboratory. She has developed robots, imaging systems, and other technologies for MIT, CERN, NASA, WHOI, and NOAA. Laura Kroback is an ocean engineer specializing in underwater vision and machine learning, and a research scientist at Tidal, where she works with their underwater camera system to develop machine perception tools that bring visibility into fish health and behavior in the aquaculture space. She has a master's in robotics from the University of Michigan and an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from UC Berkeley. Laura loves working at the cross-section of ocean technology and climate solutions, getting her feet wet through fieldwork and collaborating with the diverse oceanographic community to tackle complex, real ocean problems. Grace and Laura, take it away.
All right, hi everybody. Thanks so much, Adrian, for that lovely intro. I'm gonna go ahead and share some slides for us both. Sorry, when I shared the slides, it says it made me mute so that I could do system audio. 1 second. Okay. Do folks see the slides? Yay. Okay, great. So I don't see the slides, but I know they're there, and I also don't see the audience. So when folks have questions, please just drop them in the chat. And Adrian, I think I'll count on you to help let Laura and I know if there's questions. We're planning to speak for about 20 minutes, and then we'll take the questions at the end, but feel free to drop them in the Q&A beforehand. And I'll trust Adrian, you'll like interrupt us if something is wrong or we lose connection.
You got it.
All right. Well, hello again. I am Grace. And yes, I went to MIT and I was course 2OE, which is ocean engineering. It's really, really cool to be in an audience that knows what ocean engineering is and has heard of 2OE more or less, because anywhere else I usually have to explain what ocean engineering is and why do we care. At MIT, so I graduated in 2014 and had a really phenomenal experience as an undergrad. I was part of the Arts Scholarship, the Art Scholars program, which I think still exists and was really formative in my undergrad education. I would definitely recommend it to anyone in the room. I was the arts editor for the Tech newspaper. I was on the sailing team all 4 years, and I lived at the Women's Independent Living Group. And then, like many in this webinar, I spent 2 summers at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, which is where I got my first real hands-on experience using real underwater technology and systems. Right after undergrad, I did my PhD at Oxford on a Marshall Scholarship. And huge shout out to the Global Development Office, especially Kim Bernard there and all the professors who wrote me recommendation letters and encouraged me to pursue that scholarship. It was truly a life-changing experience. And yet I think many undergrads don't know about the Global Development Office or all those scholarship program opportunities. So especially for any rising or current juniors in undergrad, I definitely recommend checking that out. I had a very unique opportunity to the end of my senior year. I had the chance to live underwater for 14 days on a mission led by Jacques Cousteau's grandson, Fabien Cousteau. And we lived in an underwater habitat called Aquarius that's bolted to the seafloor. I was doing research there with a camera that another MIT alum developed. It was an MIT alum who had worked with Doc Edgerton, who had worked with Jacques Cousteau back in the day. So there was a lot of circles coming together there. And I was actually living down there during my commencement. So I had to miss my commencement, but had the unique experience of getting to flip my brass rat underwater. My first independent computer vision project was in the MIT Media Lab with Professor Ramesh Raskar. And it was for an environment that I knew really well at the time, which was the dance studio. Before MIT, I spent just as much time in the ballet studio as I did in math class. I was in a studio company out in DC. And for this first project, I was using a Microsoft Kinect to measure dancers' alignment during a pirouette turn and to look especially at subtle differences in alignment that can make the difference between 8 spins and 1 spin. And this was a kind of launchpad project for me to then start working on other advanced camera systems for difficult environments. And soon, I can't wait to show you, Laura and I are going to show you how we're applying like somewhat similar tech for another difficult environment, not to track dancers, but to track fish in the underwater environment. So I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Laura now.
Thanks, Grace. Hi, I'm Laura Kroback. I also was in the ocean engineering community in undergrad at UC Berkeley. We don't have a special dedicated program like y'all do at MIT, but we had a concentration, and I kind of came at it from more of like fluids and hydrodynamics interest, but then really hit my groove when in terms of doing field work in the ocean, which was something I love to do, and had my first experience doing that when I did the MIT Hui semester that they offer to undergrads. And I was there for a fall term my senior year. And we got to do all of these amazing projects, like take the jet yak to the North River to do a profile of the bathymetry, and we used CTDs. And they also set up a research cruise for us. You can kind of see that in the middle. There's the Rosette sampler, and we did some sand grabs. And that really sparked my joy for ocean engineering at large. And so I pursued that further in my master's at the University of Michigan, where I was working in the Deep Robot Optical Perception Lab, which focused on underwater and marine perception, so using cameras, which is also something that I do now in my current role. And I've included some images of some of the fun projects that I worked on while I was there, including making 3D reconstructions of coral reefs. We worked with the Hawaii Institute of Marine Biology at Coconut Island to create some of these 3D structure maps of their coral reefs, and then also with developing an autonomous catamaran, which was also really cool because it kind of combines air and ocean environments. Yeah.
Right, and what do Laura and I do now? So both of us are on a team called Tidal, which is housed inside of X. And X is known as Alphabet's moonshot factory. Alphabet is the parent company of Google. For a long time, we were called Google X, but now the company is simply known as X. Our broad goal at X is to develop radical new technologies to solve some of the world's biggest problems. And this requires, of course, bringing together all different kinds of thinkers and different disciplines. Some of the things you might have heard from coming out of X are self-driving cars through Waymo, delivery drones through Wing, balloons that provide internet connectivity to remote areas through Loon. At X, we look for solutions that might take 10 years to create, but if they succeeded, would have a 10x positive impact on real world problems. And at X specifically, we say that we choose things that are at the intersection of being a huge problem that needs a technology breakthrough as a solution, and that requires a radical solution. The huge problem that Laura and I are working on at Tidal is maintaining a healthy ocean while nourishing our growing global population. Right now, overfishing is one of the biggest problems facing the ocean. We've wiped out 90% of the ocean's top predators in the last 55 years, and fishermen are catching less and less fish, even with more effort. Some industrial fishing nets are 3 times the length of Manhattan. So within minutes, they can destroy huge swaths of habitat that will never recover in any of our lifetimes. And yet, today, 3 billion people depend upon seafood as their primary source of protein. So we believe that sustainable aquaculture is a necessary solution to support our planet's growing population. And the tools that we're working on help ocean farmers and communities make more informed decisions about how to care for their fish and the surrounding ecosystem. In addition, there's a couple more reasons why we've chosen to invest in aquaculture.
Yeah, so why aquaculture specifically? We wanted to delve into some facts here to give some context. So this blows my mind, but food production accounts for 1/3 of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions, like 1/3, which is huge. And that is to say that food production is a critical sector to addressing climate change. And aquaculture is a big player in the space of food production. It accounts for 17% of total animal protein consumption by humans and is the fastest growing agricultural production system worldwide. It is also quite promising in comparison to other forms of animal protein because it's more sustainable in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and feed conversion ratio when compared to other proteins like beef and cattle. Next slide. Great. However, we acknowledge that there are several challenges remaining in aquaculture. A few that we wanted to highlight here include the impact of unused feed and waste on water quality, the impact of disease and overcrowding on animal welfare, and the carbon footprint of the entire operation, especially of feed, which is in some cases sourced from wild-caught fish. So at Tidal, we're working to address these challenges by leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning to quantify metrics around biomass and disease. And these more accurate measurements on the state and the health of the fish and their ecosystems will allow farmers and authorities to experiment and iterate and ultimately take action on their approach in order to make operations more optimized for things like feed waste, disease treatment, and carbon footprint. But we are really getting our feet wet, so to speak, with aquaculture. Our moonshot holistically is to protect and restore ocean health while sustainably feeding humanity. And this, I'll emphasize, is a moonshot. These challenges, as I'm sure you're all aware, they're huge and they're massively complex to address at scale. So we have still a lot to learn about it all.
Right now, we're working on a smart camera system to track fish. You can see here in the GIF that there's chaos like in the scene. This is from inside a fish pen in Norway, and our machine learning algorithms help us make sense of the chaos. So here, for example, we're able to track each pellet falling through the water, and we can track each fish and check whether or not it's eating the pellets, for example. I'm someone who loves spending time in the water. I know Laura is too. I'm sure plenty on this call are. But even if a human could have their head here 24/7 and had the patience to be watching the scene all day, even if we could, we would miss things. We humans, for example, can't distinguish between individual fish very easily. We can't pick up on tiny changes, say in dissolved oxygen levels, that the fish certainly senses, but we as humans don't. So in many ways, I see machine learning as a particularly apt tool for helping us understand the underwater environment. It can pick up on barely perceptible patterns that are barely perceptible to the human eye, and it picks up those patterns from millions of chaotic images on a daily routine basis. That said, it's not easy working in the real ocean.
It is not. For our project, it was really important to make contact with the real world. So we started from the get-go letting fish farmers tell us what tools they needed in order to make good decisions regarding farming. And that process involved testing and testing and testing some more our products alongside them. And because you can't think of everything in a lab, and good engineers are always iterating on the design by testing in the real world. And this is especially important, we think, in the ocean, which is such a challenging place to deploy technology because it's dark and vast and unfamiliar to most, and it kills electronics. We've included some images here to illustrate this. For instance, on the left, this is our camera system covered in 2 inches of ice in the frigid Norway environment. We have these lump suckers in the right top corner which are naturally used to mitigate pests. And they also like to suction onto our camera lens and obscure the view of anything besides themselves. We get water turbidity affects our ability to perceive the environment, as well as marine snow. So all of these things are challenges that we learned how to tackle because we were operating out there in the real world. And it is challenging, but we like to remind ourselves, as our expert moonshot president, JFK, once said, we choose to go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard. And I'll add that when we are successful in deploying this technology for aquaculture, we'll have helped to create a more eco-friendly and carbon-friendly source of animal protein. And we are just getting started in aquaculture and hope that our technology and perception tools can help to tackle a multitude of ocean challenges involving monitoring and modeling and ocean data. And, you know, to conclude, we, like Grace and I, come at this problem from a technical perspective, but we love collaborating with all types of ocean disciplines. So please reach out to us if you want to discuss or brainstorm anything further. Yeah, and we can open it up to questions now.
Cool. Thanks so much for the awesome presentation. I see there are at least 2 questions in the Q&A. The first one is, which I think came right before you showed all the frozen moorings and instruments, was what are the hardest problems that you've worked on? I guess, you know, maybe to build on that a little bit, what were the biggest things you didn't foresee becoming problems before you started the project?
Yeah, I can take this one, Grace. Kind of to go off of those images, I think that scaling and seasonal variance are 2 huge ones. We see a lot of different types of conditions out there in the ocean, and because our system right now relies pretty heavily on the visual perception, there are a lot of scenarios that you don't predict accounting for, and that you don't really have insight into until you look at the physical recording. So for instance, if I have a pipeline that's outputting a disease metric and nothing is coming through there, there are multitude of reasons why that could be. And if it was, for example, a lump sucker completely obscuring the camera, you have to, there's a lot of work, investigative work, that goes into understanding those edge case conditions and accounting for them. So I think a blessing has been our ability to deploy our systems at a really large spatial scale and time scale so that we can have robust technologies that can operate in all sorts of strange ocean conditions.
Awesome. I have, I'm just going to read off the next couple of questions since people are posting them here. So one is there any technology that helps real world local communities, those that are suffering from the global challenges such as ocean pollution, sea level rise and disaster, etc.? Well, I guess I don't really know what the question is here. I'm reading it out loud. Maybe, well, the next question is kind of more related, but what do you see as like a sort of final vision, you know, of what the project would look like as you think about, like, you know, once it's going to scale up eventually, what do you kind of foresee that looking like?
As a final vision, I think that the only thing we know about our final vision is that we're going to keep iterating on it, and what we all want to see is a healthy, resilient ocean, and we want to see everyone who depends on the ocean, which is literally everyone on the planet, be able to use that resource like fairly. So we hope to keep working on projects that are aligned with that mission. And like Laura said, like ICS is getting started with the aquaculture industry, and I hope to keep working with farmers who are aligned with our mission and providing these tools, and then using what we're developing now to enhance to like perception on underwater imagery and ocean technology further too for other applications.
Very cool. We have another question, which is simply, how deep in the water can you basically have the instruments? And do you see any future, or do you see challenges for aquaculture in deeper waters? I guess, especially with the vision restraint.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky because we utilize ambient light a lot right now, but you can have, you know, your own source of light. It just requires power. So it's always about trade-offs with underwater technology. How deep do you want to go, and thus how much power and spatial coverage can you have? I think that right now we're operating close to the surface, relatively speaking, in terms of ocean depth at large. But I don't think that there's any constraints. Like if we wanted to work in deeper areas, you just have to design technology capable of doing it. So we would have to add lights and more power sources, for instance.
And
more
we
lights.
want to monitor any waste like coming off of the farm too, to make sure that it's not negatively impacting the surrounding environment.
I just thought of a question I have is, are these systems, are they like live streaming to you know, some computer somewhere, or do they have to be, does the whole system have to be recovered before you can sort of start processing the data?
That's a really good question. So, I mean, video data is pretty heavy, especially at the resolution that we record at.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be selective about what we surface to the cloud, for instance, or what we are looking at on our own desktop computers. And so we don't record every second of video that our cameras see, but what instead we do is we have computers, right, running on the cameras that are using our pipelines to output the information that we're interested in, and that's a little lighter weight, and then that's sent basically to the cloud for analysis. Oh, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, I'm just, there's a lot of questions.
I put one in the chat, but I could just go ahead and ask it. So do you find yourself kind of like borrowing knowledge or techniques from unexpected places? I know kind of like, it seems like with this sort of moonshot model that you kind of have the opportunity to go out on a limb a little bit more than maybe some other areas of research kind of might have to like stay within more like expected boundaries. So I'm wondering if you've uncovered any like interesting cross-pollination borrowing techniques from like places you didn't expect. Like what's the most risky thing you've got to test, I guess?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a tricky question.
I was just trying to double check I could share this. There's a really funny story about how one of the other X projects, which is called Loon, the balloons that go into the stratosphere to provide Wi-Fi in areas that don't have the infrastructure. they learned a lot about how to make that balloon from engineers who worked on condoms. Something about the like stretchiness and shape or something like really informed that design. And I think that's certainly like kind of funny.
I think that also there are definitely a lot of like algorithmic and computer vision implementations that we try in the context of the ocean that haven't been done in that environment before. And that's, you know, like always an interesting one because there's no way to know how exactly it will work. So for example, we use a pose detector in our biomass pipeline, which is typically used for a multitude of different things. But that I think a classic example is when you're looking at the orientation of humans in autonomous driving, if you want to see and predict if they're moving towards the road or, you know, like what their action will be